it's Happy Lionsgate. Oh, I forgot it's Lionsgate on top of Mercury retrograde.
And what area would you like me?
Good morning, everyone. Happy Friday. And you know what? Happy Lionsgate for sure.
Which one?
Some technical difficulties here. So I'm going to get myself
Mhm.
off of here, I think.
Okay.
I can't be. Oh my gosh. There we go. There's always some good old technical. There we go. That's perfect. So we have some changes this morning in honor of Mercury being in retrograde. And
Okay.
there's some, I think Chiron is also in retrograde, and today happens to be Lionsgate. So the planets are having some fun. They're dancing around, which may cause some technical difficulties for us.
Okay. And
So
so which area would you like me to cover in my 30 minutes?
whatever you would like to speak on. The theme is lifelong vitality. So it pretty much covers anything you want, anything to do with you being awesome. I mean, start by telling us how old you are, because you certainly don't look or act your age in a good way. So let me
Thank you. I love
introduce
you.
you all to, of course, you love me. I love you too. So let me introduce you all to my awesome professor, not right now this minute, but a long time ago, because I've earned my doctor. So I'm a doctor of metaphysics. He is a doctor of, I believe, toxicology, correct? Maybe more. So with that, I bring you one of my favorite professors, Dr. George Grant. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Dr. Marianne. It's a pleasure to be here always. And I'd love to share with your audience here today about how important lifestyle is to live longer, healthier, stronger till the age of 101 and beyond. This is really my goal here. So I'm currently 75 and a half years, and my parents and grandparents died at a very early age in their mid 50s from both sides. So here I am. It's all about lifestyle. It's not about the genes and your DNA. Dr. Bruce Lipton said it's not your genetics that determine your longevity, it's your lifestyle. So here I am, a living proof of this, and I help my clients, about 85,000 worldwide, 40,000 happy clients, and 45,000 on social media to live healthier, longer, stronger till the age of 101 and beyond. As an example, Dr. Marianne, here's a guy that was 79 years. In 1998, he has lousy lifestyle. He was put on 28 prescription medications, and they done two bypass, two stents, and then hoping to get him to just be able to live. Uh, and they could not, obviously, because of his lousy lifestyle. So he had 99% clogged arteries, severe problems, and they told him in 3 months he's gonna die. Nothing they can do more than give him any more meds or more bypass or more surgery. Lousy, lousy lifestyle, eating habit, drinking habit, sleeping habit, exercise habits, all very bad. So I helped finally convince him to have a healthy lifestyle. I told him, what have we got to lose now? We got 3 months to live in 1998. Why don't you start change one of this lifestyle once at a time? Guess what? He did. He is now 104, no meds, no bypass, no stents, no clogged arteries. And he said, Doc, I want to live to the age 110. You know what? I think he will because he's now having a very healthy lifestyle. He actually inspired me to write this book, How to Live Healthy to 101. Even if you have 28 medications and lousy, lousy lifestyle. So, Dr. Marianne, nothing can fix poor lifestyle. What I've seen right now, people are rushing to every clinic and every hospital in Canada and the US to get Ozempic, Rybelsus, uh, you go like they don't even understand what are the side effects of this medication to lose weight. Why don't you just follow a healthy lifestyle without having to worry about undesirable side effects? So before you do any medications, please, I would advise you to look at the side effect and side benefits. If the side effect exceed the benefits, that's gonna harm you at the end. So before you rush into Ozempic or any of this Jacobi or Rybelsus or any of the stuff, they called HLP1. Please, GLP-1. Do not touch any of those medication until you see the side effect. We've seen people now suffering extensive side effect with those medication, and they regain the weight back when they stop those medications. So it's not, see, the best simple things to do is just Dr. Marianne's guidance here. Once you go to academyofwellness.com, you complete lifestyle quiz. It's free, doesn't cost anything. 10 questions, every question is 10 points. This guy here initially, he had the quiz results of 15%. He was truly walking dead. Today, he is 78% alive at 104, dead 1998 in 3 months, alive now at 104. And, it's really simple thing that is not complicated. You don't have to have three doctors like myself. You don't have to have three masters or three bachelors. You don't have to write 400 papers. You don't have to write any 20 books. All you got to do now is just simple lifestyle. Just take a wild guess. What would this guy eating every day for 25 years? 6 strips of bacon and 3 eggs fried in the bacon fat first thing in the morning. I said, "You've got 99% clogged arteries." He said, "Doc, I like the smell of it. I like the taste." I said, "I know you like it, but you've got 99% clogged artery." He said, "What do I eat instead?" I said, "It doesn't matter. You still cut oats, porridge, vegetables, anything except this bacon and eggs." He said, "I don't like porridge." I said, "Sir, if you keep doing whatever you're doing, you're gonna be dead in 3 months." He said, "Okay, I'm gonna eat your stupid porridge." And I said, "How much water do you drink?" He said, "I don't like water. I drink diet soda. They told me it's safe when I have diabetes." I said, "No, it's not safe when you have diabetes." They told me it's FDA approved. I said, "Sir, I work for the FDA for 10 years and CDC. FDA approved does not mean FDA safe. So stop doing the diet soda, please, because you're taking five medication for diabetes, five for blood pressure, five blood thinners, five for every medication on earth. You're taking five, and then he's not getting anywhere. He's just dead in 3 months in 1998." He said, "Okay, I will not drink that diet soda. I'm gonna switch to your stupid water. I'll add a little bit of lemon, apple cider vinegar, as he told me." Yeah, guess what? He followed my stupid advice. And guess what? He's alive today at 104. And he's living now, hopefully till 110. Like, seriously, if there is anything you can do to live till 110 from being dead in 1998, I would definitely do it to extend your life by 30 years. He was 70 then. Today, he's 104. You know what? We have, Dr. Marianne will tell you, I have 80,000 clients. Some of them have this severe problems in Canada, US, and Europe, all over the world. All you got to do now is to follow a healthy lifestyle. What you eat, what you drink, how you sleep, the exercise. By the way, there is no substitute for exercise. Now, when Dr. Marianne take her dog out to walk on Lake Ontario every single day, it's good for not only for her, but for dog as well. And she sent me all of the pictures about the beautiful scenery on Lake Ontario and the beautiful water and I feel very jealous because I'm not close to the water. However, I live close to a park here. Once you go in this park, you feel like you're in Ecuador or Costa Rica or somewhere. And it's only like 5 minutes from my house. You know what? It's all about walking for 1 hour a day. Don't join any gym because people go and join the gym for a week and they never show up again. So just take a walk. Beautiful stroll in the park or close to the lake. Take your dog, take whatever you want to take with you and take for a walk. And then you know what? You will feel good. And then follow how much water you should drink. Half your body ounce in water per day. It's simple. If you drink coffee, make sure it's a black coffee.
Black coffee. Here, I just
It's
want to say
exactly
black coffee.
black coffee.
But can I say one thing? Sorry, back
Yes,
to just the gentleman who said, "Oh yeah, they said it was safe for diabetes." No, if pop isn't safe for anything, soda,
yes,
not for anyone. Even if you're super healthy, it's not safe for you. I mean, it doesn't even make any sense. Like it's
yes.
pure sugar and garbage, really.
Absolutely.
Like I
Absolutely
mean, I
correct.
know there's other things you can have. I don't know, you can have a healthier version, I guess, of ice cream, but I'd rather have an ice cream every once in a while
Yeah,
than pop every day. My goodness. People that just come off of pop are already losing weight, right? And thank you so much for
yes,
talking about the various
yes.
drugs and stuff that are no good and they
Absolutely
make
correct.
a
It's
mess
all
out of your.
common sense stuff. And then what we do here also, so the lifestyle quiz on the academyofwellness.com is free. You can pick up 30 minutes with me on Zoom or WhatsApp or for free, zero cost. And you can even, if you want to add Dr. Marianne with me on that as well, for free.
Oh,
Now,
you froze a bit. Can you repeat that again? Sorry.
yes, they can join us for free together and pick up our brain for free to see how we can help them in the lifestyle journey to extend their life, to make sure that they live longer, healthier, stronger. Not just 101, maybe 105, maybe 110. In case of Marianne, I know she want to live to 111. Okay, because she is so healthy. And you can look at her skin right now. Her skin is so beautiful, and she looks at least 20 years younger than her actual age. I'm not going to discuss her actual age because
You
I'm
can
her
see my
doctor.
age. I'm
But I
63.
I make sure that she looks always young and healthy and beautiful because when you see people, the skin looks like a prune or like grapes shrinking, and then they go and get please do not do this.
That's
And then no oil of ole and no Botox. Please do not use Botox until you find out the side effect of Botox on your skin. I mean, the Botox come from Clostridium botulinum, which is highly toxic. You don't want to add this to your skin. Anyway, so common sense here is really uncommon for people. But if you follow it, if you follow the lifestyle quiz at the academyofwellness.com, and then I pick up the phone. And then if you really have some challenges with lots of meds, pick up the phone and book virtual voice scan. This virtual voice scan will scan your body head to toe to show you exactly what's going on in your body. It'll show you 290 pages of accurate reports, 98% similar to blood test, MRI, PET scan, CT scan, ultrasound, ECG, AKG, and X-ray. You know what? You don't have to pay for this. If you just mention that you met me with Dr. Marianne here at this show, we'll waive any fee for this. So we'll run the scan for you. And if you're unhappy after run the scan, you get full refund, which is zero because you did not pay anything for it. Okay, so you get zero refund. You did not pay anything. You don't get any refund back. But you know what? I'm predicting
Oh,
that you're going
you
to
mean
refer
it's
to us.
100% refundable? What are you
Yeah,
talking
exactly. Exactly. So, but you're gonna refer to us at least 10 clients who are struggling, do not know what to do, like 3 months and he's dead. And if you think this is amazing, this guy here had 3 weeks. He had 100% clogged. They told him, if you have 100% clogged, you've got 3 weeks. That's 25 years ago. He is still alive today. Like, friends, please listen to us right now. What we're sharing with you right now is this is life stories. People dying, poor lifestyle. Now people living because of healthy lifestyle. We can go on and on to show you what we have done here. 25 books written with the top doctors in the world, like Les Brown, and all of these top doctors in the world that we written the books with. Everything about natural remedies and supplements written all of this book with all these top doctors here, doctors from all over the world. I don't need to go through all of this here with you. I'm not here to talk about myself or Dr. Marianne. I'm talking about you personally. Do you have a healthy lifestyle? If you do have a lifestyle quiz at the academyofwellness.com, over 75 to 80%, like us here, you're going to be for sure living to the age of 100 and beyond. But if you do have, like this guy here, 15%, so please pick up the phone and join us and do something about it today. Do not wait until the doctor keep adding medication because see what happened, the physician are trained specifically in managing symptoms. We deal here with detecting and correcting the root cause of your lifestyle issues. What is bothering you personally? The minute that you open your eyes in the morning until you close your eyes to go to bed, hopefully by 10 p.m., not 11, not midnight, not 1 a.m., it's 10 p.m. is the bedtime. And then during that time, when you wake up in the morning, say at 7, you can have a breakfast, healthy breakfast, complex carbohydrate, proteins, healthy fats, and then you can have dinner at 7 p.m., skip lunch. So you have 2 meals per day, intermittent fasting, and that way you can manage your weight. So if you have breakfast, which is break fast. You're breaking your fast at 7 a.m. and then you go and have dinner at 7 p.m. You allow 12 hours between the two meals. You're breaking basically the fast here. And then after 7 p.m., you shut down all food and all drinks until 10 p.m. So 10 p.m. now is to prepare like 9:30, no blue light, no TV, no cell phone, no stimulation for your brain because your brain needs to shut down to switch from cortisol, stress hormone, to melatonin and more serotonin and more endorphins. I'm sure most of you heard of endorphins. By the way, I was the first Canadian scientist to isolate endorphins in 1981. Most of you probably were not born at that time, but in 1981, with two bright scientists at the Faculty of Pharmacy and Medicine, Saskatchewan, we were the three who isolated endorphins. And endorphin is not just a hormone to reduce pain. It is to stimulate serotonin, which is a happy chemical in your brain, to stimulate GABA, to stimulate oxytocin. So the endorphins is the basic hormone to reduce pain, but also to stimulate the other brain neurotransmitters that help you to sleep better, to live better without pain. Nobody should be taking OxyContin, morphine, Demerol, and any of this stuff to mask symptoms for pain. All you got to do is just some stretching, some full hydration, full oxygenation. Could you believe that Dr. Marianne know this? 85 to 90% of my clients do not know how to breathe properly. They breathe from the chest when they inhale. You got to actually expand your belly when you inhale, and then it's exactly, it's a deep belly breathing
Let's do
every
some.
hour,
Let's
five to
show
10
them
belly breath.
how. Let's show them how, Dr. Grant.
Okay, so
So
when you actually stand up, so when you try to inhale, the belly will expand like this. And then after about 10 seconds or so, it will shrink. And instead of
and make
from
sure this
here,
doesn't
the
move.
chest, because the chest have the rib cage, it's from the belly. So the belly expand.
That's right.
So you do this 5 to 10 times every hour. You're gonna feel it. You're gonna feel the brain going, the oxygen going to your brain, and then all of the chest now and all of the body getting the oxygen that it needs to produce all of the brain neurotransmitters to live healthier, happier. It's just like common sense how easy it is to do the oxygen, belly breathing, and the water, and the exercise, and to eat healthy food. Simple tips like this will make you live longer, healthier, happier, and then you do not need any medications, operation, radiation, amputation, or any complication that suppress and manage your symptoms. We need to
He's a poet
deal with
too.
the root cause.
He's a
Exactly.
poet. What are you doing with an Aloha t-shirt? You're trying to make me jealous because you're in Hawaii and I'm not.
Yes, yes, exactly. It's, everything we talk about here is common sense to extend your life, to live a healthier lifestyle, and to live longer, stronger, happier, fulfillment, and then to help other people to do the same thing too. Because the more people you help, the more people you reach out to. I wish I know what I know at age 18 to help my parents and grandparents live longer, healthier, not to depend on medication operation because they actually died very unfortunately because of too many medications, too many operations, and so on. So my mission, and Dr. Marianne also mission, is to prevent and reverse diabetes. This is number one common problem right now that surpasses heart attack and stroke, especially if you live in southern US. If you live in Texas, Louisiana, Georgia, and New Mexico, listen very closely to what I'm telling you right now. 50% of the adult population have diabetes, diabetes plus obesity, but 65% of kids in a school have that. So when these
Wow.
kids becomes adults, we're gonna have a problem, big, huge problem in the South. If you don't believe me, just go to Louisiana, go attend Mardi Gras and see what people eat in Mardi Gras on Tuesdays.
True.
You'll understand why people have very unhealthy diabetes and very unhealthy, obesity. And the solution of Ozempic is not, any of the GLP-1. The situation now is to follow a healthy lifestyle, as we've been sharing with you right now, because masking symptoms and getting temporary relief from this medication is not really the answer. So let's go all of us together now on a journey to help people to reach out to them to improve the lifestyle, Nothing can fix poor lifestyle. Nothing. Not a single drug, a single supplement, a single herb can fix poor lifestyle. So let's focus on lifestyle first to see what Dr. Marianne is drinking right now, what I'm drinking right now is the water. It's really simple techniques. It's not that difficult to do.
Can you tell me your opinion on just because I was having this conversation the other day on peptides? How do you
Yes,
feel about peptides?
very important to have peptides because these are the building blocks for amino acids and protein in your body. So you need muscles when you actually age because when we see here, look at us, we get good muscles here. So people, when they reach the age 50, they get something called sarcopenia, loss of muscle mass. And then once you lose muscle, you're going to have high fat and then you're going to see your belly fat going up. So to improve that is to take peptides, amino acids, and proteins, and to add this to healthy fats, healthy protein, healthy fats, healthy complex carbohydrate, like sweet potato, not the simple regular potato. And then eat the sourdough bread, not the regular bread because it's already fermented, especially if you have celiac, if you have some gut dysbiosis, if you have acid reflux, do not use white bread or whole wheat bread. The
Oh,
flour, it's
sprouted
really
is
bad for you.
sprouted
So
is good.
if you eat sour bread or if you eat
Sprouted.
a full grain, like if it says whole grain bread, but no molasses added, make sure that you read the label because some of the whole grain bread, they add molasses and they add stuff. Make sure it's like organic whole grain bread and you only need one slice per day. That's all you need, one slice per day or sourdough bread. So common sense, Dr. Marianne, is so simple. It is really easy to do. And you need only about half your palm size in proteins every single day. So you don't need like 10 ounces of steak. You just need about 3, 4 ounces of steak. That's all you would need. Half your palm size. That's all. And then organic chicken. Of course, organic because if you have regular chicken, you get hormones in it. And you have regular beef, you have hormones. And please do not consume cow's milk because the hormones that they add to the cows and antibiotics added to the cows and the casein, not any physician talk about casein, the milk protein. They talk about lactose, which is the milk sugar. I'm very concerned about casein, especially if you wake up in the morning. If you follow commercials in the US to drink 3 glasses of milk to have a white mustache, please do not do that. You can switch to almond milk or coconut milk or even any rice milk is much better than cow's milk. So because cow's milk has the casein, and if you wake up in the morning with phlegm or mucus, then you know that this is the cause from consuming milk. And by the way, if you listen to the commercial to tell you 3 glasses of milk will prevent you from osteoporosis, I'll tell you something. Cow's milk is very acidic in nature. It will cause osteoporosis, but not milk, coconut milk, almond milk, even rice milk or kefir, any of this milk can actually strengthen your bones and prevent osteopenia, osteoporosis because they're alkaline in nature. You see, common sense is so uncommon. It is really easy to implement everything we're telling right now about leading a healthy lifestyle. That is all we need to do. And then we can prevent heart disease, heart attack, diabetes, obesity, any chronic illness, any pain in the body can be prevented very simply by doing stretching and exercise and following all of those tips at the academyofwellness.com. So what am I expecting here? I'm expecting everybody listening to us right now to go to academyofwellness.com. I have only 375 blogs there. Before you go to bed tonight, I'm expecting each and every one of you will read all of the 375 blogs. I know it's impossible. I'm just joking. Just read one blog a day. By the time you finish a year, you'll know more about this than me because I forgot what I put 5 years ago on those blogs. So you probably know more about it than me or Dr. Marianne. You can even challenge us by knowing about all of the stuff in the blogs because it's all about informing you how to lead a healthy lifestyle, how to live longer, healthier, stronger till the age of 101 or 111 or 121, like Marianne there.
113 or
Yeah.
141. Who
Or,
knows?
or it's very possible to live to 141 and
Or
you
maybe
break a
200.
world record. Yeah,
You
very
know,
doable.
I
Very
was
doable.
taking this course and it was in spirituality and
Yeah.
energy healing and metaphysical, very metaphysical in nature. And really we were designed and meant to live to be 300. That was the original
Yes.
plan. And then we ruined it. Let's just talk a little teeny bit. Let's touch on this and why we need supplements,
Yes.
because our soils are so
Yes.
depleted,
Yes.
and not everywhere in the world. If you go to Europe and if you have regular white bread, not that I'm, promoting white bread in any country, but it's different in Italy.
Yes.
I'm Croatian, so when I go to Croatia, oh my gosh, the bread is so good.
Yeah.
But it's different. Their soils are different,
Yes.
and we've depleted the pants off of our
Yes. You're
we need
absolutely
supplements, and
correct.
I'm going to be talking a little more about my supplements here. Let me show you, because
Yes.
you're familiar with my line here with
Yes.
the APLGO,
Yes.
made from the DNA of the plant and
Yeah.
infused with negative ions. We need supplements.
Absolutely.
We can't even
Yeah.
avoid it, but you don't need Ozempic and you don't need
Yeah.
medication.
Yes.
I get asked this a lot. And people will ask me, oh, you're 63? So what medication are you taking? And I'm like, I'm not taking it. And not are you taking, but what medication are you
Exactly.
taking? And I said, no, I don't take medication,
Yeah.
but I do take an awful lot of supplements and I do a lot of pre-healing. So now I've discovered that not that close to where I live, but close enough for me to go. I have a scalar clinic.
Yeah.
What do you think about scalar clinics? Like, I love that.
Yes.
And
Absolutely.
it's all
100% in
frequency. I
agreement.
know you have a frequency device, and so do I.
Yes.
But Scalar
Yes.
Clinic is super awesome, and everyone's like, "Oh!" I told one of my neighbors, and she's a doctor, and she goes, "Oh, I'm sorry to hear what's going on." And I said, "Nothing. I'm just going for nothing.
Yeah.
I'm hoping not too much is going to be going on. I'm 63. I'm sure there's something inside of my body that's not all perfect, but
Okay. But you're
but I'm
still
not going to
aging
use
gracefully.
medication."
You're aging gracefully. And if anybody look at you, Dr. Marianne, they said you're 43, 45.
I
You're 20
usually
years
do get
younger.
that.
And
Yeah.
by the way, did you know that some ladies in Europe, in the Balkan countries, they can still get pregnant at age 70?
Oh God, no, no.
At age 70, like they cannot actually push the child, 8 pounds child, so they
Sure.
do a C-section. But in Europe, in the Balkan countries, because they drink very healthy water, come from the mountain, and they live
Yes.
to
The
age
spring water, right?
probably 120. But at age 70, they can still actually be fertile and they can still get pregnant and deliver a healthy baby, 8 pounds baby at age 70. Like here at age 45, that's it. I mean, there's nobody can get pregnant in North America at age 45. That's basically the cutoff. So from 45 to
Yeah.
55, people suffer from menopause. No, that's not Dr. Marianne now. No, she's not in any close to hot flashes, night sweats, and
Not
all of this
anymore,
stuff.
but I did go through it a little bit. A
Some
little
people
bit.
go through it mildly, but some people go through it very, very vigorously. And then they go and eat. Doctors sometimes recommend something from the horse urine called synthetic progesterone and estrogen for women. I do not recommend you take this unless if you're trying to compete in the Kentucky Derby with other horses because they come from horse urine. So if you're planning to do that, that's okay. You can take that, but you can take bioidentical hormones or take the one that Dr. Marianne is showing here from black cohosh, dong quai, isoflavones, and any of these kind of natural hormones would help you through this period of your life.
We actually have a couple of horse trainers in our
Yes.
in our group,
Yeah.
and they actually give them these. That's actually how they got started,
Yeah.
and they take them as well. But
Yeah.
also, I give these to my dog,
Yeah.
and I know my friend, one of my teammates, she has basically saved her cat's life with these.
Yes. And I know you do not feed your dog any of the commercial dog food in cans and synthetic stuff.
And
You feed
you
your
won't even
dog
eat
as
it.
much as you're eating yourself healthy stuff. See, I wish every person listening to us right now, they
Mhm.
eat the proper food, they drink the proper fluids, they do the exercise, they sleep at, 9:45, 10 p.m. every night. If they do that and they
Okay,
go
I
in
better cheat on
lifestyle quiz about 78 to 80% like us here, then there's no reason not to live till 101, 121, 131, as Dr. Marianne was saying, 141, very possible. So you know what? Just let's go on a journey together, not only for us, but to touch 5, 10, 20, or 100 other people too that you want to help them with this journey. In fact, I'm speaking to a senior group in about a month. I'm going to invite Dr. Marianne here to be with me on this call to age gracefully. I'm going to be talking about everything I talked about today and then more. So if you're interested in this, let Dr. Marianne know, and then I will email you the link. You can join us. It's a local call here and there are only about 30 of us seniors, and then they all very well informed about wellness and lifestyle. They all follow the Academy of Wellness and follow the same stuff that Dr. Marianne is talking about. I'll send her the link. She can send it to you, and it's coming in about 3 4 weeks. I'll email you that link. So let's leave the last 5 minutes I have. I've got 5 minutes left here for any Q&A for somebody on listening to us. They can send you a text or be on live and ask us any question that they want.
It's okay. We can go on for a little bit longer if you have time, because
Yes, I do.
I'm liking this back and forth discussion, because
Sure.
my next speaker is actually at 10, so we have like a good 15 20 minutes. So
Okay, sure, sure.
I do
So,
want to address some of this, because my last summit was aging backwards,
yeah,
which I really like. I like that title, but I like aging gracefully. I may very well call a book Aging Gracefully, because
yes,
I haven't written one on health in a while. So
yes.
we'll have to get you to either do the forward or maybe do the,
I'll be
write
more than happy to do that.
a chapter.
Yes,
Because it's so important to, and people are like, oh, well, what I was talking about, mortgages. And I go, yeah, you gotta set up your future financial plans. And they're like, yeah, but you're 63. So what do you like? You only have, and I'm like, what? I only have a few more years to live? No, I go, I feel like I have another 30 years minimum.
good.
30 years is a long time
Yes,
to not
yes,
have money or not be stable or not be. So, yeah, I'm going to be, and they're like, oh, well, when are you going to retire? And I'm like, define retirement. Like, I don't understand. First of all, I think if you keep working, your brain keeps
yes,
working. And it doesn't, I run 6 businesses right now. You don't have to do 6 businesses to keep your brain running.
yes,
You're good with 1 or 2 if that's what you desire. But I do some MLMs. I do and everyone's got an opinion on everything. And I'm like, what is it about MLMs you don't like? Well, first of all, if you've been an entrepreneur, tell me, because I know you like MLMs too. So if you've been an entrepreneur and you've been working for yourself, you are accustomed to paying for everything: marketing, accounting, website,
yeah,
what's it called? Maintenance, uh,
yes,
I don't know, marketing, this, that, the other. Okay. What in the world is wrong with joining a company that gives you a website for free? They maintain it for free. They do
yeah,
shipping for free. You don't have to worry about anything. All you have to do is sign up people and tell them about the product and point them in the right direction. You want to buy it, buy it. You don't want to buy it, it's okay. I don't need
yeah.
to be putting all kinds of ridiculous pressure on you. That's a
Um,
different story. But what would be wrong with joining a group of people, like-minded people who are interested in their health? Because I'm going to tell you something. You can whine about money. You can whine about, oh, I haven't been anywhere on a trip. Oh, I don't like my life, or I don't like my job, or I don't like my family. I don't want to spend any time here. I don't want to do this. You can do all of that. But when your health messes up, that's all you think about.
yes,
That's it.
exactly. I agree
If
with you 100%.
people, I just saw someone, uh, business oriented, this, that, and the other. He got cancer, and
Yeah,
that's all he talks about. He's obsessed with getting better. And I'm like, yeah, when you get something big, or you have a heart attack, or you have a
yeah,
stroke or something, or anything big, or you get some sort of disease, you immediately are enveloped in that.
yeah,
Nothing else matters. And then now you're looking for all kinds of, and for years I've been telling him, oh, you should try some of this preventative. I mean,
yeah,
who knows if I hadn't done all the preventative things that I
yeah,
did, maybe I would have gotten something. I like my food. I used
yeah,
to be a sugaraholic.
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not anymore, but I used to be. And gosh,
Actually, Dr. Marianne, sugar feeds cancer because if
yes.
you eat lots of
Thank
high
you.
simple sugars, you're going to be actually having cancer cells in your body. And cancer, if you have been diagnosed with cancer, it does not mean that you should start chemotherapy, radiation, and biopsy, because this is the worst thing. I tell my clients, do not do mammogram because mammogram, by putting X-ray in your breast, This is gonna initiate some cancer cells inside existing, because everybody have cancer cells in their body.
I'll
But
have
if you do
some.
mammogram, but why? What about if you just do the virtual biofeedback scan here, or do thermography,
Yes.
infrared,
Where's your
because this is
picture on
something
that? Do you have
natural.
that? Do you have that? Let's tell people what that is. Do you have that picture that you used to have, the poster
Yeah, this is the
for thermography? Anyways,
feedback scan, which is through the voice energy, voice frequency. We can test how healthy is your breast, how healthy all of your body organs, and then it'll give you 300 pages of complete reports similar to MRI, PET scan, CT scan, ultrasound, CBC, 98% correlation. And then you can, if you don't want to do this, you can do thermography, which is based on infrared for
mhm,
the breast. So I tell my clients, do not do any invasive stuff like mammogram or colonoscopy. There is something right now we can do. You can collect a stool sample and put it in an envelope, send it to the lab. It is as accurate as colonoscopy. I had a client, Dr. Marianne, somebody in his mid 50s. He's done 4 colonoscopy, and every time they do colonoscopy, they find a polyps and they remove that polyps. And then he said, "I'm scheduled for the number 6." I said, "Sir, do not do this." You know what he told me? "I respect you. You have 3 doctors, but you are not an internist. I trust my internist." I said, "I'm not asking you to distrust your internist, but colonoscopy is very invasive stuff." He listened to the colonoscopy and he walked out of this surgery with a bag. And he called me after this. He said, "If you tell me now to jump from a CN tower, I will do it because I do not like this bag idea."
mhm.
Because they found that I have so many polyps and nothing. So they removed half my colon. I have now a bag. I said, "Sir, like you don't have to follow 100% of my advice, but if you follow 90% of it, you live longer, healthier, and happier." If you would have done the fit test, you can ask any physician in Canada or in the US, they call it Cologuard. A Cologuard is taking a stool sample. It is 95% accurate to any, you know,
Mhm.
colonoscopy. But this is not invasive. The invasive stuff colonoscopy when you stick a garden hose in your bum and then they go inside your colon here with all of the scope and stuff. So I tell my clients, do not use colonoscopy, do not use endoscopy. The endoscopy, put a camera in your mouth. I had one lady, she done 3 endoscopy and they found H. pylori and they found in the camera things in her. So I said, "Lady, do not do any more." She said, "Doc, I have acid reflux. I have difficulty digesting food." I said, "You got to take the prebiotics and probiotics and postbiotics. You do not need an endoscopy." She said, "I'm scheduled for another one." I said, do not do it." They always tell me I'm gonna follow, and I trust my internist because he's gonna put the camera inside my mouth. Guess what she did? She did the endoscopy. She cannot have any solid food for the rest of her life right now. Her esophagus is destroyed, and she can be on liquid diets because she cannot swallow any food because her esophagus now is destroyed from all of the camera inserted in her mouth. You know what? You don't have to believe anything we're telling you right now. Do not do any invasive stuff unless you have to do it. Please listen to my 55 years of experience in this, seeing 80,000 happy clients who know, like, and trust me. So do not do any invasive stuff. Do natural remedies. Focus on prevention, not intervention. Self-care instead of crisis care. Focus on the outcome. What are you trying to do here? You're trying to live healthier, happier, stronger. Okay. And then by doing the walk-in, by doing all of the prevention stuff that you talked about, by following a holistic health, by
Mhm.
following natural remedies,
Mhm.
like you can really do this simply. You don't need 3 doctorate degrees. You don't need any of this stuff. All you gotta do is just have common sense to follow
Yes.
all on instructions. So
And
you
why
know
do
what?
we get questioned in the holistic world so much when you think about it? Just give it some actual real common sense
Yes.
type thought. Do you think that the people in the blue zones and the people in Okinawa and this, that, and the other, do you
Yes.
think they go for colonoscopies and
They don't.
mammograms
No.
and this,
No.
that, and the other? It's like, what? Are you?
In Okinawa, they do not do colonoscopy, they don't do endoscopy, they don't do any chemotherapy. In Okinawa, they live to 110. In fact, there is one doctor I recommend for you and for everybody else to listen. His name is Dr. Hinohara. He is 105 from Japan. and he is the oldest living doctor, and he's still seeing clients. He's still working, and he's very healthy.
Mhm.
Doctor, just go to YouTube and see his all of his YouTube
Spell
videos.
his name for us so we
His
have
name
it.
is Hinohara, 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 Japanese doctor. He's 105 right now, 106. He's still seeing clients in his clinic in Japan, and he's still recommending healthy lifestyle. He's a physician, he's an MD, but he does not recommend any medications, operation, radiation, amputation, any complicated. He recommends only healthy lifestyle. Like, we're not
Probably.
the only, the weirdest people in the world recommend the healthy lifestyle. There's lots of other people too, living in Okinawa, Japan, living in Loma Linda in California, living in Costa Rica, living in Greece, Italy. You mentioned the blue zones. Why the blue zones people live beyond the age of 101, 110, 111? Because they lead a healthy lifestyle. You cannot find anybody there taking medication, waiting for operation, radiation, amputation, doing colonoscopy, endoscopy, mammograms, and any of the invasive stuff that people do on a frequent basis in North America, and they don't have diabetes and they don't have any cancer. Like, she is absolutely right, Dr. Marianne, right on. If we live the people like they live in the blue zones, we will be living healthier longer right here in Canada, in the US, in Europe, all over the
Everywhere.
world, like people live in the blue zones. Absolutely.
Even with our pretty sad North American soil recently. I mean, and I'm sure we have some really great soil somewhere, out in northern parts of Canada and northern BC, northern Alberta, Manitoba, Saskatchewan. I'm sure there's some really wonderful soils out there where there's not, so many fumes from the city and so on and so forth. But ridiculous, like some of this, I was
Yes.
like, there's so many natural options right now for everything. I was reading, so one of the things I've started taking also preventatively, so before anybody freaks out and asks me what's wrong with
Yes.
me, nothing's wrong with me. Well, maybe,
Yes.
but
Yes.
we're not going to discuss that. No. So I've started taking methylene blue about, I think my tongue is still blue. See?
Yes.
Anyways, I
Yes.
started taking methylene blue maybe not even 2 months ago,
Very
and
healthy.
let me try some of this, right?
Yeah.
So, and
Actually, it's been used by the first physician in the world 5,500 years ago. His name is Dr. Imhotep from Egypt, and it's been used by Hippocrates, who has developed the Hippocratic Oath. He's been recommending methylene blue because,
see,
I mean, if these two early physicians recommended methylene blue, which I take myself every single day. The only problem is that your tongue is going to be looking like blue in color, so you're going to hide it.
but you
It's
know
going to
what?
stay.
I have a little filling here and it's white and it also has turned blue. So I'm
Yes,
just warning all of you people because my friend
yes,
has fillings in the front and she goes, "I
yes,
can't do that because I have fillings in the front." I go, "I don't really care if mine shows because it's kind of like, how people have like diamonds and they've got different things.
yes,
This is my version of a tattoo. Who cares?"
yes,
And you know what? It's fun. And you know what? If it doesn't bother me, why should it bother you? But that's a confidence issue and all kinds of
yes,
different things. But
absolutely.
I was reading a book
Yes.
on, actually, I got to find the author. I'm sure you know of him. And actually, I'm reading, and by reading, I mean, I'm Mark Sloan. I'm
Yeah.
doing Audible because
Methylene blue. Yeah. Yeah.
my schedule is crazy. And
Absolutely.
this is so
Absolutely.
much easier because I'm in the car. And he talks about Viagra. I just want to bring that up a little
I
bit.
do not recommend Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra because
Neither
for
does he.
men who have problem with erection, all they need to worry about is blood flow. But
Mhm.
if you use Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, be careful to actually have a heart attack. Actually, I had one client from Jamaica who has problem with erectile dysfunction. And he said, Doc, I tried Viagra, it's not working. I added Cialis, I added Levitra. I said, you taken three of them? He said, yes. I said, why are you doing this? He said, Doc, I'd rather die from heart attack, not to die from erectile dysfunction. I said, sir, did you know that's one of the side effects of Viagra is you're going to have priapism, you're going to have erection that lasts for 4 hours, and you need to go to emergency to cut your penis from the bottom there to allow the blood to flow. He said, oh my God, is that true? I said, it's true. One of the side effects of Viagra and Cialis is priapism. So you don't want to have that. He told me initially, Doc, I'd rather die happy. I said, it's not dying happy, it's dying in the hospital room from priapism And if you really want to improve the blood flow, take something like grapeseed extract, grape skin extract, take HRT, take even something like resveratrol to improve blood flow.
So I
And
don't have one handy, but we have one with my supplements.
yes,
So this one is for the heart and your
yeah, it's all
circulation.
about the
You
heart. It's all
take
about blood
this,
flow,
you,
exercise.
if you take this with the PRW for men that we have, it will
Back to
actually
me.
help.
Guess what? He's recommending now to all of his fellow who have erectile dysfunction, they do not take any of the Viagra or Cialis or Levitra. And by the way, I'm doing a study right now, how to reverse erectile dysfunction within 90 days. I'm doing the study right now. If anybody here interested, they can just join me and then we can actually include them in our study right now, how to reverse for male, of course, and for women who have problem with any problem with menopause, severe problem with menopause, then we can talk about that as well. Okay?
I actually have to say that the hormone balancers and this,
Yes.
and then also the other one that I'm going to highly recommend. So this one, and I can't find my hormone balancers
Yeah.
here, the
Yeah.
box, but it's here somewhere without me
Yeah.
searching for it. Is this one, which is a sorry, which is a here. Let me get on here. I just want to show these because later on I'm going to be talking about something else.
Okay.
But these are supplements that are stem cell regenerators and
Yes.
telomere extenders.
Yes.
So tell us a little about that. Actually, we've probably got about 2 more minutes. So
Okay.
yeah, stem
By the
cell
way, I'm not
regenerators.
sure whether you know this, Marianne. I'm the scientist who has been hired by LifeWave International, the company that makes stem cell patches. They hired me as their scientist to do the research on their behalf. I'm part of their scientific team, not
Mhm.
part of their MLM program.
Yeah,
So if you're interested in any of their X39, X49, let me know. We
yeah,
can supply you with wholesale costs there. And
that's
then
right.
I'm
And these,
also doing the biomat, which you have the biomat
yeah,
from the amethyst
I
biomat
have
from
two:
Ridgeway. You have two of them and the vibration mat. I know.
the vibration and then the heat
And exactly. And this is actually improved blood flow. And it's amazing. And it makes you, it's an
double win.
anti-aging. It makes you look younger. It takes care of the pain. No more narcotics. You know what? I've been with them for 15 years. I published 25 papers for this biomat company. And when Dr. Marianne using this and recommending to her clients, a pet, by the way, loves this. Her dog does not leave the biomat. He's irregular.
Pets love it. Pets love a lot of what we do. I mean, there's certain
Yes.
things you can't give them. You can't give them chocolate.
Yes. And
You
I
shouldn't
forgot to
give.
mention, Dr. Marianne, that this device is not just for humans. It's also for dogs, cats, and horses. So
Yep.
remember this, if you have a dog or cat you care about, we can scan them with you as well. So anyway, I see two people joining us from your clients there, Vivian and Douglas. If they
Yes.
want to make comments before I leave, I'm going to leave you now in a couple minutes. If they want
Yeah,
to
we have to
unmute,
leave. We have to sort of end this up because Vivian's going to be speaking next, and then after
okay?
that,
If they want to make any
actually
comments
Maxine,
of
and
everything
then
we discussed, go ahead and
Douglas is going to
unmute
join
and
us
tell us what you
later.
think.
Douglas is going to join us later for
Okay?
speaking. So, anyways, so I just want to end with this. If you're interested, give us your website again, Dr. Grant. Oh, it's right there. It's written right there, academyofwellness.com.
Academyofwellness.com, right there. That's all the things that you need.
Show us your book again.
Academyofwellness.com. And
Show
then
us
you
your
can
book.
request a biofeedback scan. Don't worry about any cost right now. Just mention Marianne and we can run the scan for you. And then we'll do all of this stuff here for you. And then you're going to be very happy. And if you're not happy, we'll give you full refund, which is the refund of zero, which you did not pay anyway. Okay.
And get a blue tongue. Get some ethylene blue so you can be blue with us.
Exactly.
I put a
Exactly.
little less yesterday because when I'm doing a lot of talking, it's not
Yes.
so blue, but you know
Yeah.
what? It's good health. So, anyways,
Well,
thank you so much, Dr. Grant. It's
thank you,
always
Dr.
a
Marianne, for
pleasure.
inviting me. And it's really always a pleasure to speak with you
We
and
need to
collaborate
get
with you. Thank you.
together. I need to come out to because Dr. Grant and I live on opposite sides of the city, which it takes almost an hour to get to each other because there's so much traffic in Toronto,
Yes.
not because we're that far from each other. But anyways, and say hi to your lovely wife for
We'll
me.
do that. Thank you so
Thank you
much.
so much. Have a wonderful day. Thank you so much for your
You too.
time
Thank you
and
so
your
much. Take care.
energy.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
So
Thank you.
beautiful. And it is 1 minute to 10 o'clock. If Vivian is here, I am going to get her to come on shortly. Viv, are you with us, honey? I know sometimes people are here, but anyways, it's always good to talk about longevity and vitality in any regard. So here we have someone very young and very beautiful, and I'm not even going to say anything else because she's so gorgeous. Hopefully, you guys will actually hear what she says because she's so beautiful. You'll just be mesmerized by her beauty. Vivian, with that, I will
You're
introduce.
so silly.
Oops, I'm not silly. I can have some fun though. Anyways, with that, I give you okay, so here you're Vivian Williams. So with that, I will introduce Vivian
I
Williams.
have
Williams, the
five
amazing,
different cameras going.
if that's okay. It's all good,
At the
honey. Go
same
for
time.
it.
Well, hello everyone. My name is Vivian Ralena. Full name Vivian Ralena Williams. I am a content creator. I create content based upon positivity, healing, happiness, mental health, all those sorts of things. I love to help people transform their pain into their power. I like to just be honest and open with my own experiences in my life in order to help people be their true selves and help them show up in the way that they want to and the way that they're always supposed to. So today I'm going to be talking to you about a new method of healing, which I call the bounce back method. It's an acronym BOUNCE, and I will go into each one of those letters as we continue to talk. So, if you have never heard of me before, if you've never even seen my face, hi, so glad to have you here and to be with you. Thank you for trusting me with your time, and I hope that you receive something from this. A little bit about me. I come from the professional cheerleading world, the entertainment world, the dance world. If you don't know anything about that world, it's very cutthroat. It's very go, 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 go. You don't have time to stop. You have to look perfect all the time. There's all these different elements to it, right? Well, during my time, I was a professional cheerleader, I was a choreographer, I was a fitness instructor, I was a backup dancer. I traveled all over the world, went to the Bahamas, Aspen, Colorado, all of these amazing, wonderful places. I also even was a backup dancer for Snoop Dogg once upon a time. And that was really, really fun. He is as cool as he looks. He's very chill. But I was also a part of a reality television show. I guess you could imagine what that reality show was, being a professional cheerleader and what all the buzz about that is. And I wasn't portrayed in a light or a way that was conducive to my mental health. When you're ever portrayed in a way that is opposite of who you are, or if you're made fun of, or you're bullied, or if you're taken advantage of as your character, sometimes if you don't know how to cope with that, you really don't know how to cope with that. I struggled with bulimia. I was in a place that I didn't know existed because before I didn't think that mental health was an actual thing. Like I was like, okay, mental health, right? You're just sad. Take a day, sleep it off, and come back at it. I learned very quickly that mental health is very serious and should be as important and prioritized as much as your physical health, which I was prioritizing more than anything because I wanted to be this perfect little cheerleader girl model, right? I wanted to do the right thing. I wanted to be the right thing. I wanted to look as perfect as I possibly could. And that is not a lifestyle anyone can maintain because we're messy. We're people. We are human. You're not supposed to be perfect. Things aren't supposed to be perfect all the time. And I was suppressing all of these mental emotional pains and dramas in my heart and in my mind because I couldn't process it. I didn't have time. I didn't have enough time to do that. So I just shut up, I suppressed it, and they started getting bigger and bigger. Hyperventilating, felt like I was literally going to die. If you've ever had a panic attack before, they're not very fun. It's just overwhelming. You can't focus on anything. You're out of breath. Your body's tingling. You feel like you're literally gonna die. That's when I realized, okay, maybe this mental health thing is an actual thing and I need to take it more seriously. So, after a lot of self-sabotage and a lot of doing things that didn't need to be done, I was abandoning myself. I was ignoring my feelings because I didn't have time to feel them. I was people pleasing. I was going above and beyond, stretching myself beyond my limits, and I wasn't loving myself. And through that process, some late night Googling and crying my eyes out on the floor in the bathroom, I realized that I needed to fix myself, and I didn't know how I was going to do that, but I needed to figure it out. So I have been bounce back method for quite some time. I didn't name it the bounce back method until recently, but it is an acronym that I hope that really helps people restore their emotional resilience and reset their nervous systems to rebuild their energy and vitality so you can live the best life that you've ever wanted, that you can be proud of. You know, sometimes stuff happens, sometimes that's out of our control. But what we can do is control how we react to situations and how we show up. So let's get into the bounce back method framework. So with B stands for breath and your body reset. So before we can think clearly, we have to get out of our fight or flight mode, right? Your nervous system is the foundation of your vitality. And one of the quickest ways to reset your nervous system is through your breath. So I want you guys, all of you who are joining in and listening right now, to do this practice with me. We're going to do a couple of breaths, but we're going to inhale for 4 counts, hold for 2 counts, and exhale for 6. We're going to do this 3 times. And I really want you to be intentional. Close your eyes if you have to, but really feel the action of breathing. So we're going to inhale now for 4, hold for 2, exhale for 6. Again, inhale. Inhale. Now, how do you feel? Do you feel calmer? Did that feel better? Did it feel silly? Observe your feelings, because that goes straight into the next letter of the bounce method. Observe and own. We can't heal what we pretend.
All you gotta do is just have common sense to follow all on
That you.
And so why do we get questioned in the?
I'm sorry. I heard something in the background. We can't heal what we pretend not to feel. This step is about radical honesty. It's about being honest with yourself about what's going on inside, especially those things that you're suppressing aren't really there. I have a lot of history with this, and it's not great. It's not great for you. You have to, you are in this step. There's just truth. You have to acknowledge who you are and own it. For example, someone could say, I feel heartbroken and it makes sense because I loved deeply. Or I feel lost and it makes sense because I tied to my identity to something that ended. For instance, I tied my identity to being a cheerleader once upon a time. And losing that on international television and being shamed or defamed in a certain way made me spiral in a way that I could not cope with. It literally threw my life into shambles. So when you observe your own emotions, they lose their grip. You become a witness and not a prisoner. So the next letter is U. You unhook and you unlearn. Now that we've named and owned our emotions and feelings, we can unhook from them. So many of our beliefs are inherited and not chosen. They're given to us by people around us, by our environments, by limiting beliefs that we might have developed because we're in a circle of people who just don't believe in themselves. And that's because their people didn't believe in themselves. And it goes down, 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 down. So some people might think or say, I perfect, which is not true. Or I'm vulnerable. If I'm vulnerable, then I will be hurt, which is not true. And or I'm not enough. And we replay these. Why do we tell ourselves these things? You don't have to tell yourself a story or a limiting belief that's no longer true for you. Maybe it was true once upon a time. Maybe you were attached to that before, but you don't have to be attached to that anymore. So unhook yourself, unlearn those patterns. Your bounce back begins the moment you say, that belief is no longer mine. It doesn't belong to me anymore. So the next letter is N. You're going to nourish your nervous system. This is where healing becomes sustainable. It's not about one big breakthrough. It's about daily micro habits. So we become all of the small individual micro habits that we have throughout the day. If you go to the gym, you're probably going to have a fitter body. If you eat junk food every day, you're probably not going to have a very fit body. If you go outside, get sunlight, all these little habits create your person. It's about the micro that creates the macro. Some daily micro habits that you could incorporate in your life is drinking water before your coffee instead of being super dehydrated all day, or taking 10 minutes out of your day to go out in the sunlight or walk around the block. Maybe moving your body, even if it's just dancing in your own kitchen while you're cooking. You can journal, you can stretch, you can rest, and you can even laugh. Yes, that counts too. Laughing is so good for the soul. And vitality is a lifestyle. It's made up of all the little small things you do when no one's watching. And then when they are watching you, they can see it because it's undeniable. The next letter is C. You're going to connect to your purpose and to your people. Isolation is one of the biggest energy leaks ever. When you isolate yourself, when you detach from your community, when you hermit away, yes, sometimes it's necessary, but sometimes you start to spiral. You start to go down this hole of replaying all those negative internal thoughts in your head, and that's not what you want to do. Connection gives life meaning. You don't need a million friends. You just need real ones. People who remind you of who you really are and who you're becoming. People who encourage you and accept you and love you regardless if you're making a decision that they don't align with, but they're like, I'm gonna let you do you. I personally have a very, very, very small group of close friends. My best friend and my sister. Those are who I consider my close friends because I talk to them often and I talk to them about very personal details. I have a wider range of good friends that I can hang out with and, go to restaurants with or one person in your life that you can go to and be like, hey, I am going through this and I just need to have space to process how I'm feeling. So can you, or do you have advice on this topic? I don't know what to do about it. You just need one. You just need one of those people. Also, don't wait until you're healed to live in your purpose. Healing is a part of your purpose. Growing is a part of your purpose. Becoming is a part of your purpose. Sharing your story as you go helps others come into their purpose and realize who they really are. So your next letter, we have E. And this one is expanding through those micro wins. Just like your micro habits, micro wins create a macro win. Ooh. So most people don't feel resilient because they're only measuring big wins. But confidence grows through repetition. It grows through small decisions. I teach my clients to celebrate at least 3 micro wins a day. Get out of bed when you didn't feel like it. Like for instance, me, I had to get up a few hours before because I'm setting up all these cameras. I'm setting up in this office space. I had to do my hair and my makeup. I did not want to wake up at 6. I didn't, but I did it. And I think that's a micro win for me today because I get to show up for you. Or we don't want to feel like silly or dumb or foolish. But when you speak up for yourself and you are a big brother or a big sister to yourself, that is a sign of self-respect. And that is a micro win as well. Hey, you didn't text your ex back? That is a win-win, not just a micro win. I think when you recognize and realize that you are lining yourself up for success all throughout your day, if it's choosing an apple instead of a candy bar, if it's drinking water instead of a soda, those little micro wins add up. And I want you to recognize that you are becoming healthier and happier with every micro win that you choose, every micro habit. Because when you stack micro, you create macro change. And this is the bounce back blueprint. And you can use it again and again and again and rinse and repeat as much as you need. So if you want to do a mini bounce reset together, I would love to navigate this with you. Take a second to close your eyes. Take in a deep breath, and we're going to reset our breath. We're going to do this 5 times.
Yikes. Viv, you're going to have to start over again because you froze for us. Oh, and she's still
Can you hear me now?
barely, yeah. Yeah, I think
I'm
it's said
so
at one point.
sorry. What a bummer. Right right on the breath work.
Actually, you've been freezing constantly, a little at a time, but this was a
Oh
bit
no.
longer. And I thought if you're doing a series, you might want to start over again. So it said your bandwidth was very low.
Yes.
So I don't know if you have too many things open or what's going on, but there you go. It happens.
I'm so sad. Yeah, my internet has not been great. So let's try it one more time. Hopefully,
Yeah,
it
let's
won't
start
get
from the
stuck.
beginning. That's good.
But we're going to start with our breath work. So close your eyes, take a deep breath. We're going to hold for 4, or breathe in for 4, hold for 2, and exhale for 6. We're going to do that 5 different times. And inhale. Inhale, fully increasing your lungs, holding, and exhale. Really feeling your body, connecting with your body. Inhale, hold, exhale. Allowing your body to fill up with air, oxygen. Hold it.
I know she's frozen. Just keep going. And exhale for 6. Inhale for 4. Hold for 2. Exhale for 6. Wow, she's really frozen. Oh, and now she's disappeared. Oh my goodness. Well, this is what happens with technology. First, second, it is Lionsgate, so that's a pretty powerful energy. And also, we're coming towards the end of Mercury retrograde, which all in itself is very intense. Hi, Douglas. How you doing? It's okay. She probably will come and join us again. It is coming towards the end of her chat. So anyways, we'll just keep breathing and hopefully she'll come back. It's all good. It's all good. It happens. Let's just continue. Actually, breathing is good. It's a good exercise. And yeah, it's good. So let's continue. Inhale. Hold for 2. And exhale for 6. And inhale for 4. And hold for 2. Exhale for 6. Actually, try to exhale for 8 if you can. The longer you hold the exhale, the more amazing it actually gets, and the deeper the relaxation to your nervous system. So we just continued with breathing, so we're all good with the breathing. So hopefully,
Oh, I love it. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. You know your stuff. It's like you've
well,
done this a
I
time or
do.
two.
I am a Kundalini yoga instructor, so
You are? I
I do
love
a
that. I
lot of.
knew
I
about you.
teach meditation more than I teach yoga. But when Dr. Grant was talking and saying I walk my dog, I also do yoga every morning still. So
I love that.
yeah.
I'm huge on meditation. I also incorporate meditation in the coursework, and I'll explain all of those little details after. So, the first step, going back to a little mini bounce reset, You're closing your eyes, you're doing your breath work. You're thinking to yourself, what do I feel in my body? Do I feel uncomfortable? Do I feel nervous? Do I feel calm? Do I feel peaceful? What are the emotions that are coming up for you? And how can you identify them? What are their names? Create them and make them a personality.
And we're frozen again.
Oh my goodness.
You only froze for like 10 seconds, so you're okay. Just continue.
Okay.
I have like 5 more minutes, so.
I'm so sorry.
All good.
We'll burn through it and hopefully I won't freeze anymore.
Okay, don't talk about it. Just continue. It's all good.
Next step is you want to identify one negative belief or thought that is holding you back that you're ready to unhook from. How are you going to unhook from that narrative? What's your game plan? Are you going to incorporate opposing affirmations until you brainwash yourself into believing something different? Or do you need to ruminate on a plan of action? What do you need to be doing? That is a you question. Once you can figure out what you need to do, then you can start cooking. You can start walking towards that way. Next, you need to think of one nourishing thing that you're going to do for yourself every day. Just one thing. How are you going to properly love yourself? How are you going to parent yourself? How are you going to show up for yourself? And lastly, celebrate one micro win from this morning. My micro win is getting through this, even though we've been freezing the whole time, right? That's a win because I showed up, and that's all that's important. You showed up today too. So I want to leave you with this. Your comeback doesn't begin when life gets easier. It begins when you decide that you are worth rebuilding, that you are worth investing in, that you and your life deserves a comeback story, a bounce back story. With every time that you show up for yourself with grace, with truth, and with love, you're not just healing, you're becoming the strongest, best version of yourself. You're new and you're improved. So I created a 7-day bounce back journal that you can have. It's free to help you walk through this process day by day with your breath work, with prompts and daily practices. You can grab them in my bio on Instagram, on Facebook, on TikTok, anywhere that I am streaming right now. And it's totally free. If you want to go deeper into the coursework, which the bounce back method course is not going to be available until the end of September, but I will be helping y'all leading up to that point. If you're interested in working with me personally or one-on-one or taking one of my courses or interested in one of my books, just shoot me a DM, go to my bio, get signed up on the wait list. And if you're ready to go deeper, I'd love to work with you, whatever way that is. Thank you so much for having me, for spending time with me. I know that mental health and struggle is real, and sometimes it's hard to be open and vulnerable about that, especially if you are a man or if you're a woman who wants to portray herself as being perfect. I have been there. I know what you mean. I know what you feel. And I'm here to help you work through and bounce back. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And yes, thank you for showing up, because my first speaker who was supposed to speak and open for me for an hour did not have any internet and couldn't join us at all. So, you know what? That's my, not even micro, that's my macro win, because this happens, and this happens frequently. I do one of these once a month. I mean, stuff happens. It's just the way it is. Life moves on. You got to pivot quick. Dr. Grant And I ended up, I messaged a few people if they wanted to come on earlier. Dr. Grant came and joined me, and I said, well, let's just you and I do like 45 minutes together. And I also had trouble getting on to myself and getting onto the live. I will have you put your contact information, if you will, in my chat on my Facebook.
Of course.
And then that's where people can find it, and you can put it in yours, and other people will see it as well.
Sounds
And if you can't find it anywhere else to the public, just come onto mine. I will connect you to this beautiful woman here. So thank you, Bev. You did really good,
Thank
honey.
you so much.
There was a few interruptions, but we did it. We made it. Stuff happens. Life goes on. We move on.
Yeah. I wish my internet hadn't been crashing out all yesterday as I was preparing this. My internet was like AT&T kept sending me messages saying, "Oh, sorry, your internet's not going to work for 5 hours." I was like, "What?" Like I have things to do. How dare you?
I
But
know. I have two computers, and still, I mean, you can only do what you can do, especially in a retrograde. So, anyways,
of
so some of my people are starting to come in. So, thank you again, Vivian. You're wonderful. Please
course.
put your contact info there. Dr. Grant, I don't know if he's still with us. By all means, yes, you are. Please put your info there. And Dr. Grant, you put something here in the chat. Where is this? Join us at our wellness retreat at Royal Harbor Resort. Where's Royal Harbor Resort? Where is it? Collingwood? You're muted. Unmute.
Royal Harbor, just north of Berry. It's very
Oh, oh,
close,
oh,
very, very close. And
very
then you
good.
watch sunrise on Georgian Bay and you watch sunset on Blue Mountain. It's a beautiful place. Come and
Beautiful.
join us.
Thank you so much. Because you have a cottage or something, or a timeshare or something in
Yeah,
Thornbury, right?
yeah,
Yeah, which, Collingwood, Thornbury is one of my favorite areas in
yeah.
Ontario. Okay, our next guest or our next speaker is Maxine. She is here. Maxine, would you kindly join us? She too is a Kundalini yoga instructor, and she is the amazing Maxine.
Good morning, everyone. How are you? It looks like I missed quite a lively discussion. I felt the energy when I came in, but that's you all over, Marianne. Well, my name is Maxine. I am a wellness advocate, a certified Kundalini yoga teacher, and I'm also the vision behind Omax magnesium skincare line. And I don't know if anyone can relate to this, but my journey started with burnout and a desire to have a more balanced and sustainable life. And that led me to creating the magnesium products because I don't know if anyone else can relate to this. I like one thing that just does many things. That one thing that you can use as a moisturizer, as an energizer. And as we age, magnesium is the mother mineral. So we got to make sure that we're getting enough magnesium. And, we're here to talk about vitality. And magnesium is one of those, I would say, natural healing elements that helps the body, supports healing and relaxation, which is all part of vitality. Yeah. So this morning, I would like for us, please, just to reconnect. I like to do a little meditation that just brings us back into our mind and body. So wherever you are, just try and find a nice, comfy, seated position, feet flat on the floor, spine nice and tall, regal posture, like you're a king or a queen. Beautiful. We're going to keep it very, very simple. The objective is you're going to you're going to be seated so nice and tall that your crown or tiara must stay on your head. Take your left hand and place it on your belly or right around where your belly button is. And then the right hand on the heart. Now, the right hand is the masculine side, and in today's world, there's just so much masculine energy that we're going to ask for some healing from the heart to that masculine side. Just sit here and feel it as the breath fills up from the belly into the heart. You get to decide if you want it through the mouth or through the nose. We're going to keep it simple here. Now go ahead and close your eyes if that feels right to do so. And bring the gaze between the eyebrows, the third eye. And all you have to do is a deep inhale, filling up the belly. Feel your prana move up into your heart. And as you exhale, pushing it out, push all of it out, even when you believe you have no more. Now just continue with this flow, inhaling, filling the breath up and exhaling. It becomes so automatic. It's effortless. Keep that crown nice and tall on your head, allowing that energy to come up the base of the spine to nourish, to recharge, to revitalize. Now we have one more minute here. And I'd like you to bring something to mind. My vitality feels like maybe it's more energy. Maybe it's more clarity. Maybe it's better sleep. Or you can choose something of your own, but feel it, connect with it, become it. When the mind and body are connected, all things are possible. Now we have 30 seconds left. Let's really seal the deal. Inhaling, filling up the belly, up, up, up through the heart. Exhale, pushing it all out. Let's do two more. Inhale, filling up the belly, bringing it to the heart. Exhale, pushing it out. And let's do one more as a collective. Take that deep inhale. Bring it up, 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 up. Just a little bit more up. Exhale, push it out. Now stay here. Statue-like posture. Do not move. Be still. Regal position. Keep that crown nice and tall on your head. Spine is elongated. And now take your deepest, most magnificent inhale. Exhale. And when you're ready, open your eyes. Welcome to who you truly are when there's less stress, less anxiety, less worry. And Marianne, I'm so glad that you chose this topic because vitality should be a lifelong mission. Learning how to sustain our energy for mental clarity, physical well-being, no matter your age. Vitality is about intentional choices to support your health, right? And much of vitality is focused on the physical. And the physical is a great place to start. Once you want to become more aware and have that vitality. But the mental, the spiritual, and the mindfulness, they all coexist together. And mindfulness could be taking a break from your computer like every hour, just moving your eyes, getting some fresh air. As Michelle is doing, rehydrating, having her water. It's as simple as that. Maybe you walk into the coffee store in the morning to grab your coffee. It's not taking away all the things that you love. In fact, it's adding things that can add years to your life and your quality of life, right? So body and mind connection is all part of fostering vitality by nurturing the body and the mind. And once you start to do those things, you're like compounding. Things just start to happen better. You start to feel younger. You start to have more energy. And guess what? Our nervous system, well, you all know about the nervous system, the information overload, how wired we feel. You can't be on your computer without 10 messages popping up and emails. So we know that the nervous system is taking a pounding, right? So that's why Kundalini, remember I said I love that one thing that benefits us in so many aspects of your life. And that's why Kundalini is so profound. And one could even say that Kundalini is nuance, right? Because it's that one thing that balances your nervous system, the mind and body working together in harmony. And Kundalini can also add to your vitality and your physicality. And Kundalini can be done anywhere. If you're seated, if you're standing, if you're in a chair, if you're in a bed, simple, simple little practice. Kundalini has been around for yoga in itself has been around for over 5,000 years, right? And now we are learning more and more about these mindful practices because they're so powerful. People in the East used to believe that, if we were introduced to these practices, that we would abuse it. And yes, some have. But how these techniques that have been practiced by yogis for thousands of years can make you feel like you're okay, that maybe you don't need that extra caffeine. Who can identify with that? 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I need a pick me up. If I'm lucky, sometimes it doesn't happen till 4. But there's just so much of us that are on the edge that you open up your email and it's like, oh my God, I haven't even dealt with yesterday's or the day before. And there's like 10 or 20 more. There's so much that's asked of us. But really, I'm just here to remind you that if you're pouring from a cup, make sure that your cup is filled up, right? This is not new. You've heard this over and over, but the demands are so great that we just forget that we matter. Our self-care matters, right? And this is why things like magnesium, and I'm going to go back to the magnesium because magnesium can add that vitality to your life. And as we age and our bones and our muscles, we start to lose that mass. We're supposed to get all these minerals from our food, but we know about the soil and how it's degenerated and all the stuff that they put in our foods to stimulate the demand, well, we're just not getting what we need to thrive, to feel alive, and to come alive. So we got to do a little bit of research, see what works for us, see what works for you. But I would say keep your products simple, keep them clean. And that's why magnesium is such a beautiful tool to have. And whether you're eating it in food, in your spinach, in your kale, in your sweet potato, there's you can always add more, because one of the things that I've discovered, I do a very physical practice. My muscles get depleted. I teach professionals that are very high energy, high going. When I use that magnesium, my recovery time, oh my gosh, um, I still get out of bed with aches, but it does not ache as much. I mean, who can identify with that? I mean, like the first thing is waking up, and then you come up, the core hurts, the back hurts, the legs hurt. Maybe you have to slide off of your bed sideways. This is maybe just a sign of things to come, but I'm here to remind you that you don't have to accept it, right? Just start little by little. Maybe when you wake up in the morning, you say, thank you for getting me up. Gratitude. Pay that little gratitude. And it can be as simple if you have a spinal problem. We do this exercise in Kundalini spinal flex. You can be in your bed, your hands go on top of your knee, and you just lift the spine up and tuck it back. Lift it up and tuck it back. The spine is our lifeline. And we spend so much money on anti-aging, but when your spine is nice and supple, it has a glow to your skin, and your skin glows. It can be as simple as this: lifting the chest up, keeping the chin tucked in, and then rolling the tailbone back, right? So healing and wellness should start as soon as you open your eyes. Thank you. I made it. I'm alive. Because once you have life, you have the opportunity to win the day, right? And that's all you gotta do. Win it moment by moment, day by day, right? So fostering vitality, mind and body connection, it's not gonna land on your lap. Just start to make small changes. Mindfulness decision. What am I doing to move my body? What am I doing to soothe my mind? We say, oh, my mind, oh, my mind. But the mind really wants to serve you. But we know how it goes. We're serving the mind, right? And this is all part of the practice, slowing down the mind, going for those walks, coming away from the computer, putting down that phone, right? I know, you get those hits, and you keep on scrolling, and it feels good because you take away from all the other stuff that you have to do that maybe you don't want to do, right? But this is where we have to slow down and come back into the moment, connect our mind and our bodies. And one of the biggest things to do that, drink water. Water moves energy, right? You sip the water throughout the day. Michelle, you are a great example of that. But one of the things that I do share is I know some people don't like the taste of water. They might think it's boring. Be creative with your water. I have cloves in my water. You can put mint leaves. Yes. There's so many things, lemons, berries, right? Stick it in the fridge the night before, and like a berry comes into your mouth and it hits all those flavors, right? It hits all those flavors. So there's so many things that you can do, so many self-care things that you can do that doesn't cost a lot of money. doesn't take a lot of time. What it does take is some initial thinking, you know? What are some of the things that I would like to change or adjust? And take it from there, right? Maybe I just want to move more. So 2 or 3 times a day, I stand up, I stretch. It doesn't have to be complicated. Just keep it simple because you deserve health, you deserve wellness. And let's face it, you're probably not going anywhere anytime soon because we're living longer. We're living longer. There's more information on health and wellness. And why not make the years fun, enjoyable? Reinvent yourself. Have fun. Be silly. This is your time now. This is your time. Don't be afraid to pour into yourself. Because once you pour into yourself, that's really when the magic is going to unfold. And with that, Miss Marianne, I just wanted to say that thank you so much. If anyone resonates with me, the Kundalini Yoga, I teach accessible yoga from a chair or from a mat. Or if you feel that, you're really doing your best and you want to take your physicality to the next level, I know that the magnesium can help. Let me just put a little bit on. There it is. Small quantities. Smooth. You put this on your skin and your skin just glows. I always take out too much. I forget how a little goes a long way, right? Just apply. And then not everybody wants stuff all over their hands or has the patience to wait until it absorbs in your skin. Our calming spray. I highly recommend this to have this at your desk. You know, when you see your boss call in or your kids, what's for dinner? And you forgot to take it out, just spritz it on anywhere. Your wrists, the soles of your feet. If you travel and you get restless leg syndrome, this is perfect. But what I have found is the biggest way that this calming spray helps people. They spritz it on the soles of their feet before they go to bed at night. And it's like lights out. Because let's face it, when you get enough sleep, you feel like you can conquer the world, right? So, magnesium, the master mineral, and self-care, you are so worthy.
So amazing and so true. I usually put, I'm glad you mentioned that. I'm going to have to try that because I usually put frankincense on my soles. And
Wow, you know all the little tricks.
not all, I know some. I've been around for a long time, Maxine. Dr. Grant and I don't even know if he's, let me just see who's still here. Dr. Grant and I go back a long way. I've been studying with him, and not just with him. I mean, prior to that, my goodness, I had the pleasure of, um, being around before we did things online. And I've been to Switzerland. So I went there for 2 weeks. We went into the Alps, right into like literally right in the Alps. We were up on this really amazing. We flew into Zurich and then took a train out to St. Gallen, which is where a lot of the private schools are. And then from there had to go up a mountainous hill. I'm not really sure what to call it. I call it a mountain. I'd call it, we were right in there and I had the pleasure of hiking because that was one day that was on our agenda one day. We did Tai Chi in the morning every day right outside. Like it was beautiful. I did things like that. And of course, there was Arizona and so many different places, like Hawaii several times. I've been to Hawaii 7 times. I mean, half of that was just for courses. And I also had the pleasure of holding a retreat there with a friend. So that was good too. And I want to get back into doing retreats because that's a big love of mine. I love, love, love doing that and teaching classes. And I think I haven't been doing enough of that. So, you know, we got to do what's in our heart. And so Maxine and I bonded. We had a mutual friend. He introduced us. And then we both found out she was right in the process of taking, because Maxine's younger than me, can't you tell? Isn't she stunning? It's this way, although Michelle's very stunning too. On my screen, that's what I see. And Michelle and I are going to be doing an event in Pennsylvania. Woohoo! I am going to Pennsylvania in November. We are doing a Christmas show event, and then who knows what else we're going to come up with. So stay tuned for that one. And I do want to mention while I'm here that I am putting on for local people or for anyone who wants to fly into Mississauga or wherever, we are going to have a 4-hour wellness expo inside of a scalar clinic. So for people who are going to be the vendors, but even the other people, the guests that are coming in, you'll be able to be there for 4 hours, like 4 hours, and you're working, and you're probably going to be representing a product that you love. So like for someone like Maxine, it'll be the love of her life, the magnesium. For me, it'll be my other love, which is APLGO, which has just gifted me my 6th trip since I've been with them, and it hasn't even come out to 6 years yet. 6 years, oh my gosh, to 3 years yet. Even I'm like at 2.75 years with them, and I just earned my 6th trip, and it's to Greece, and it's a cruise. So one day in Italy. I think it's Bari, which I haven't been to Bari. I've been to Italy several times. When I lived in Europe, we used to go shopping there. So I've been to Italy like 14 times, and I'm just saying 14, but it's probably closer to like 25, who knows? And so amazing. So if you're interested, if you're a vendor, please connect with me. Of course, there is a price for it, like everywhere else, but it is going to be inside of a scalar clinic. So you will be getting healed as you're doing business. And what more can you even ask for? And I'm going to tell you, Maxine, I know because you were teaching classes and whatnot, but as we started speaking, all 3 of us, like all 3 segments, we all did meditations, just so you know. The previous speaker before you did a meditation, we did a meditation. Dr. Grant and I did some breathing exercises too. And we all talked about the soils being crap and not good anymore, and how much better Europe's food is just because their soils are better than ours. It is what it is. It's not, you just have to work around it. That's all. And it's absolutely amazing that we all talked about, very, very similar things. And you have to take care of yourself, and you have to eat, just simple things. We were talking also about how, now I'm 63. So a lot of people, will ask me, I don't have a problem with people asking me my age. And I certainly don't have a problem telling the truth. Like I've always been like that. I have friends that won't even tell you. I have people that won't even tell you how old they are, which is hilarious. And they're like, oh, okay, well, what medications are you on? And not even are you on any, but which ones are you on? Boom, like assuming I'm on some because I'm 63. And I'm like, wow, that's presumptuous. And I said, I'm not on any. And they're like, what? You must be on something. And I'm like, yeah, I take a lot of supplements, but I don't, I've always taken supplements. In fact, I've taken supplements, I believe, since I was 16 or maybe even 15, and then more intensely at 19, because at 19, I started selling them. So I thought, oh, if I like this, if this is going to work so well for me, imagine what it's going to do for other people. And, if you find something with a high vibe, which I did, they're phenomenal. I mean, they're made from the DNA of the plant, and they're infused with negative ions, and they're, all of that makes them 100% absorbable, or at least up to say it properly, it's up to 100% absorbability. So there you go. Now I've done the proper thing. But they're absolutely amazing, and we need to. We have, our food is lacking so many nutrients. It's not like what it was, 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago. And it's not like Okinawa. It's not like the blue zones. Like, they all have good soils, so they can do different things. But you got to work with, what you have, because I like where I live for other reasons, right? So I don't want to move. Maybe later, but not right now. Right now, I'm happy. Michelle, you've taken my supplements too, not mine. Like I own them. I just sent a whole bunch to Michelle's place.
I have one in my mouth right now.
See, and me too. I've been taking them along as I go along. You have the stop? Yeah. We'll be talking about those later. Yep. I have all my, we're going to be talking about that a little bit later. Maxine, thank you so much for sharing your wisdom. I love the background. I love this. This is so cool. Usually we all have headshots, so this was a lot of fun. Actually, Dr. Grant and I did some stuff. He stood up and we had to show the bellies and the breathing and stuff. It was so good. I'm glad you talked about the spinal flex, because this is such an easy exercise and it's so amazing. I don't know if he's still listening. Dr. Grant is Egyptian. So yesterday I had the pleasure of doing Egyptian Qigong, which I didn't even know there was such a thing. And I learned about it earlier this week. And then we actually did a whole class at the Scalar Clinic with it. So that was something pretty spectacular. So, and you know what, you're looking at it and you're looking at the movements and you're thinking, oh, this is nothing. This is no big deal. Oh, I'm sore today. Okay. That's all I'm going to say. And like, we're talking movements that are like this. And my shoulders are not so bad. My feet and my legs are a little bit sore from the position that we were standing in, but it's so fun and so amazing. And, to each his own. Each different thing goes to each different person, which is what Michelle and I are going to talk about next. We're going to talk to you about the bank system, and not the one with the money. This one will get you more money than that one will. I used to work in a bank, so that's all I'm going to say about that. We're going to do a different bank. Maxine, thank you so much. I'm sure you have to go on to your next class. Thank you for sharing. Michelle, welcome to another wonderful episode of Empowered Talks. We haven't done the bank code for a while. So we're going to talk to you about bank code and code breaker, which is different from a bank, right?
Just puts money in the bank.
It will give you more money for sure. For sure. We've both adopted it in our businesses. I'm newer to it. I just recently graduated from level 5 coaching. Michelle, of course, is she's been there for 100 years, maybe not 100, but
well, hey, I take your supplements. People wouldn't know. 110.
She's been around for 100 years. Well, the company's only 20 years old, so we
25 or 26, I think.
Oh, is it? Oh, well, then there you go. See, that's how much I know. I knew it was in the 20s. So yeah, let's do that. Let me see if we can do this. What happened? Oh, there we go. Now you can all look at beautiful Michelle.
What are you doing?
I love your hair today. It looks awesome. I love it. Look how beautiful it is. Awesome. So Michelle is in the US. I'm in Canada. And we both work with bank code breaker. We're both, what's the proper way of saying it again, Michelle?
Certified level 5 trainers, my friend.
Certified level 5 trainers with bank code.
Yeah, we are people profilers, communication experts, and we crack the code and help you do the same thing.
That's right. We're communication experts. I love that. I was actually thinking, what can I do? And I really, really want to do a course on communication, because bank code is the perfect thing to follow. So let's tell them a little about bank code, and let's explain to them what these puppies are. Oh, what kind of order is this? What kind of crazy order is this?
I don't know. I got the
There I
same thing
am.
going on. Look at that. I don't
There
know
I
where
am. There I
I
am. There I am. There's our crazy codes. We're both ANKs, ANKBs.
You keep losing that blueprint. You're just tossing it away. You're like, we're NK. Just
We're
where's
ANK.
that be?
I do want to tell you. Oh, so for anyone who knows me, I'm gonna read. I'm gonna read the red, and then I'm gonna read the blueprint.
Oh, way to set our blueprints off in disaster. You're gonna take order.
I'm gonna take them out of order. Blueprints. Get prepared.
Buckle
Okay.
up.
I just want to read this because this is what I actually am. So this is my first code. So my values are freedom. You know what? I've had two businesses. No, sorry, I've had one business, but I've worked at a company called Freedom, and I had a store called Freedom. So like
I did not know that about you.
twice. Okay. Once in Europe, I had a clothing store called Freedom. Like Freedom is my mom used to say, she goes, that's like your mantra. Like that's my DNA. If you had to pick up one word that was the most important thing to me, it would have been freedom for sure. Flexibility, that's pretty good. I am a yoga instructor. Spontaneity, you know, I think spontaneity is also when you can flex and pivot when your first speaker doesn't show up.
Oh, did
And
that
she,
happen today?
today, yeah, today, but it's happened not with her, and this has nothing to do with her. She's a stellar speaker and a stellar, person who shows up for everything. But there was no internet, and of course we're just coming out of a Mercury retrograde slowly but
Can it
surely.
hurry up? It's crushing my soul. Just
I
say.
would really like to hurry up. I don't know what its problem is, but I would like to hurry up. Thank you very much. And then action. Yeah, enough said. Opportunity. Yeah, take an opportunity. Say yes to everything. Excitement and be excited about it. Attention. We we require a little bit of attention. Okay, it is what it is. Stimulation. Oh, absolutely. People ask me why I run six businesses, why I'm thinking of a seventh one. And I said, because I get bored easy. And it's true. I need to be stimulated. My mind needs to be stimulated. So when they're saying, well, when are you going to retire? I'm like, define retirement. Just doing like retreats and master classes and maybe sell my supplements and like I don't know. Like, what are you talking about? No, there's no retirement. I don't understand. I don't speak retirement.
No,
Okay. Competition. Yeah, we can get a little competitive. There's nothing wrong with some friendly competition, right, Michelle?
absolutely.
Winning. We like winning. I don't know who likes losing, but I definitely don't. And yeah, winning is, yeah, and fun. With me, every single word, everyone always says to me, do you know that whenever like, if they tell me they're going here, they're going to do this, I always say, have fun. That's my thing. Have fun. It's got to be fun or I'm out of here. An image. So we care a little about our image. Well, then I'm going to read to you the blueprint, which is like the exact opposite. Stability. Do I look stable to you? No, there's no stability in what I do. First of all, let me just say, if you're an entrepreneur, Michelle's killing herself laughing. If you're an entrepreneur, what do you mean by stability? Like what's stable? That you're continuously trying to do whatever you're trying to do, but that's about it. There's no stability in
That's why blueprints like franchise models.
franchises, MLMs. Um,
Oh,
yeah, sorta.
blueprints are very skeptical, especially in
Yeah,
the MLMs
yeah,
situation.
that's okay. But it is very structured. MLMs are very structured,
They
and
are.
I have more blueprints. Let's say I would have less in the supplement field, but I would have more in the gold and silver coins.
Ah, yes.
That's a much more stable career for them. Okay, structure. That's I think I might be allergic to this word. I'm not sure. But structure, I'm not the person who's going to structure anything. I'm
Let's
like,
be honest.
I can't think of anything that I would want to structure. Even when I speak, I kind of speak, yeah, I'm going to talk my way, and whatever comes up, that's what we're going to say. I might structure it a little bit. I might say, okay, we're going to talk about this, then don't forget to talk about this. It's more of a memory thing than anything else. Oh, systems, my favorite word. Systems.
Tell us how you really feel.
And process says systems, planning, and processes. So I'm not against planning totally. I think some planning, like we have to plan the Pennsylvania thing because there's a date that the event. So if I show up the day before, I already know that probably no one will be there. So probably, I'm just saying. So that would be the extent of my planning. Processes, yeah, I don't know what that is. Predictability, yeah, I don't know. That's all. I just don't know.
It's exhausting for you even to say the words. I was on a call with someone the other day, and literally every word on that card was in the 5 minute conversation we had. They all came out, and I was just like, wow, that's it's just a lot of blueprint words. I'm
Yeah.
shocked at how many came out in such a short period of time.
Yeah. And then responsibility. Now, I am pretty responsible. I'm not gonna, this would be that's the word here. Responsible. That's the little 17% that I have now. When I first started, I had less than 9. I think it was 7. Anyway, I am responsible. I also like to take responsibility for myself, for my actions. And I think people need to be responsible more for their actions. That's about it. Duty. Yeah, I don't know what that means. Rules. Rules? Rules are meant to be broken, right, Michelle?
Absolutely.
That's it. That's all I got for rules. I can't do rules. I don't. Yeah. If there's going to be a lot of rules, like even when people ask me, oh, I'd like you to speak here, and maybe you're doing them a favor and now you're speaking. Okay, that's fine. I'll do this and I'll do that and this, that, and the other. And oh, but they start sending me all these things you have to fill out. Yeah, exactly. Fill out this. Here's the rules. You can't breathe. You can't talk. You can't do this. And I'm like, I'm out of here. That's too many things for me to, yeah, no, can't do it. Okay. Universal truths. Oh,
Wait,
sorry. Wrong,
we move
sorry,
on to
sorry, sorry, sorry. Wrong card. I picked up the green one by accident. I'm so sorry. Rules. Credentials. Okay. So I have credentials. I am a reverend. I am a doctor. I remember to do it today because Dr. Grant was calling me Dr. Marianne the whole time. So I thought, okay, I better put my credentials up there. But my Zoom, nothing. Nobody even knows I have a doctor. Yeah, it's just not my thing. Titles. Yeah. CEO. Oh, they're like, somebody asked me, they're like, well, what's your title? I go, of what? Like, what are you talking about? And they're like, of your business. And I go, I don't understand the question.
Oh,
Like, are you the owner? And I said, yes. So are you like the president? I go, all right, here we go. CEO, put CEO, whatever. Like, I don't care. Who cares? Let's care about the money and the fun and what we're going to do and how we're going to enrich other people's lives, which of course is a whole other card. But anyway. And the last one is tradition. Do you know what traditions I follow? Zero. I am not a tradition girl. I really am not. I like to make my own traditions. I think things need to change. I think they need to shake things up.
so every time, like I'll go on to networking calls or whatever, and somewhere along the line, if they ask a question, sometimes the tradition thing comes up. Like, what's a family tradition that you? I'm like, I
Yep.
don't. Me and my
Yep.
kids never had one. The only tradition I could ever think of was that we opened our Christmas presents Christmas Eve. It's because we couldn't wait until Christmas. Well, I couldn't.
Yeah. She couldn't. She's this like me. Like me, this is why we get along, because we're not this and we are this. Now, let's talk about these, Mish. Do you want to take these? Do you want me to talk?
It's up to you. This is your show.
Oh, it's our show. Okay, so we are both quite a bit of this. So let's speak on this one because we are very nurturing. I, of course, as a coach, we're both coaches. So as a coach, you kind of are this period. Like you can't really not be this and be a coach. Like, how's that even work? So relationships. Ha, look at that. First one, relationships. That's what they value. Relationships above all else. Authenticity. Okay, I actually have one of these summits that's called Authentic Leaders. I'm going to have a book that's called Authentic Leadership. I'm going to have a book that's called Authentic Leaders. So authenticity is number one on my list in terms of what are you looking for in people, and fun. They've got to be authentic and fun. And authenticity, because you can smell with AI everywhere now, you can smell authenticity a mile away and you can smell not authenticity. Okay, personal growth. I'm going to tell you that I have spent more time and more money on personal growth classes, courses, books, travel, this, that, the other than for me, anyone else I know. I don't know anyone else who has, but I'm sure there's tons of people. But I have spent at least a $500,000 on my personal growth. So that is, I think, standard for people like us that are, doing big coaching, big things, big teachings. We're going to be putting some conferences together. I'm going to be doing some smaller ones, some workshops. Now that I found this scalar place, I'm going to do a lot there, but I can't have like 100 people there. Like that would be that, so, 1 in 200, I have to find another venue or just create a big, gigantic scalar place. A scalar, just so y'all know, is frequency healing. In case you haven't ever heard me talk about it, then I don't, you probably have never met me in person because I talk about it to everyone all the time and I don't even have a clinic. Anyways, significance is very, very important. I have a bunch of significance sitting over here on my shelf. They're all my awards. A lot of my awards. And I have this big gigantic one, which is funny. Teamwork. I got to be doing something with teamwork. So my team that sells these amazing supplements, the team, Michelle and I are a team. We're going to be doing, even more different wonderful things with the bank code. And just wait, stay tuned. We're both just having a super crazy busy summer. Involvement. We're the ones that volunteer. So next week I'm volunteering at the local golf course club here. It's a very high-end golf course. And I volunteered. Of course I did. Why not? It's going to be fun. And I'm going to get to meet new people. And there's a lot of action involved. Okay, community. There you go. Coupled up with community charity. Oh, charity. I'm volunteering. That's my time. Ethics. Sometimes they're important. Sometimes I can skip over a few. It's okay. No, ethics are important. Harmony, hugely important. Harmony. And Michelle lives in a place called Harmony. So how beautiful is that? Who doesn't want to live in a place called Harmony? Like I want to move there right now. Morality. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna be creating a non-for-profit here in Canada, and it's going to be for sex trafficking victims. So yeah, that's all I'm going to say because the thought of that is just ridiculous to me. Contribution, hugely important, hugely important. Hugely important. So these two are pretty big for both of us. We're very empathic. We're very, we want to make the world a better place. We want to show you how to have fun and do sales as well. Because I feel bad that people don't like sales. Now, these guys like sales, but these guys not so much. These guys not so much. So we're going to help you like sales. And we're going to have fun doing it, even if you are one of these. So we're going to have fun. So now let me tell you about the green people. Knowledge. These are exciting people. They're usually our scientists. There are engineers. They're super smart, super cerebral. They love learning. Learning, learning, learning. Now, I definitely have learning. So this is my third card, and same for Michelle. So our third card is our which card, Michelle?
Well, it typically represents us under stress, and the last card is typically what we stay away from.
That's right. Even though I really like my blueprints, I don't stay away from them. And we are this, I tend to, these guys ask questions up the wazoo, and I probably don't ask enough. But when I'm under stress and you hear me asking so many questions, I'm probably stressed a little bit or a lot. Okay, so learning, that's actually, I love learning. That's probably one of my favorite things. Intelligence. We value intelligence. Who doesn't? Like, who likes being around intelligent people? I love it. It's my favorite. Talk to me about things I don't understand. I'm cool. I'll listen. Logic. Well, yeah. So logic is good. I don't have a ton of logic. No, I can get logical. I can do logic. Self-mastery. That's a big one for me. How about you, Michelle? I think you're big on that one too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Technology? Yeah, I'm not as techie as Michelle is. She's younger than I am. She's much more techier than I am. And I have learned the stuff I absolutely need. Anything extra? Not that much. But I like learning technology. I don't like learning complicated technology because if there's step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, oh, you've lost me by step 3. We're done. Research and development. That is definitely not my thing. Development, yes. Research, no. Research is done. So here's the difference. I have a friend that's hardcore K. So she is this color through and through. She will ask 6 billion questions. She will research every single thing on earth. Me, and we were talking about scalar clinics. I'm like, this is my research. I go into the scalar clinic and I try it. And that's my research. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to read about it. I want to go there and try it. I don't mind reading a little about it, but I don't want to go on and on and on. Anyways, so that's that. Science. I love science. I love metaphysics. I'm somewhere in between the two worlds. Universal truths. Awesome. I'm in. Michelle, you in?
Yeah. Now keep in mind, right? We like those things, certain things, but if people come at us with all the data and the research and they don't make it fun and they don't connect to us as a person, then they're not speaking our language.
Competence. Competence. Oh, I skipped one. Expertise. I think it's great if you have some expertise. But if you're not, but you're really good at something, I'm good with that one too. Yeah, expertise. They really need to have the expertise. You better be the expert in this or else. Oh my goodness. Competence. Yeah, I want him to be competent. I want my mechanic to know what he's doing. I want my dentist to be a dentist, like obviously. I don't want him to be a contractor inside of my mouth. Like that would be bad. Oh my goodness. Accuracy. Ugh. Oh, 2 or 3 of those. 3. I thought it was 5.5. Okay, that's not me. No. And now this I am, this last one and the first one. I think these two are and self-mastery. The big picture. I'm definitely a big picture person. is this little detail that's bothering me now? Is that going to bother me 2 years from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 100 years from now? Yes, I plan on living to 100. Yes. Now, how do you sell to these, Michelle? You want to start us talking about some of this?
Yeah, well, the Charlie Group did a study and it said only 18% of buyers will buy from a salesperson that does not match the buyer's personality type versus an 82% success rate when personalities align. So, have you ever heard that sales is a numbers game? We all have, but it's not. It's about people. And so when Sherry Tree reverse engineered personality science and created the only methodology in the world to scientifically validated to predict buying behavior and buy-in behavior in less than 90 seconds, that's how Bank was born. And there's actually 24 different combinations that these codes can show up in. So every single time you go out there to try to sell somebody on your product or service, you have a 4% shot of getting a yes and a 96% shot of getting a no, which means that unless you crack the code and unless you understand and master the skills of people, communication, and bank, because that's what bank gives you, then you're playing the sales as a numbers game. It's tiring. It's frustrating. It's like getting on a hamster wheel and not being able to get off. Well, this is your ticket out. So imagine being able to truly build your business faster, make sales easy and fun, not coming at it from sales strategies and manipulation, but coming at it from connection, communication, and understanding people and what they need. That's when everything shifts. So by default, we just show up assuming that everyone is wired just like us. So we say the same thing over and over and over again and end up on that hamster wheel of frustration. And even the high performers are still leaving sales on the table. So if there was a simple system, a state-of-the-art proven methodology, and you to be able to master the skills of not only your prospects, your customers, your clients, how about your friends, your family, your kids? That's where these four little cards come in. We have links where we can crack codes virtually. We have a LinkedIn extension where we can crack a LinkedIn profile in nanoseconds. A decoder, decode your social media, your emails, your text messages, your websites, your realtor, your listings, and a chat GPT where it will literally write in code. We call it power scripting. Because if you're going out there and throwing spaghetti noodles at the wall, then you're going to get the same results over and over and over again. Doing the same thing over and over again and getting, if you expect different results, you need to change it up. And this is a way that you can truly grow your business faster. And it works in any industry, in your business, in your life. And when you incorporate bank into your life and you start to live it, everything becomes easier. Your conversations, less conflict, easier sales, easier conversations, and being able to get your kids to do the thing you want them to do. It's all about influence, or your husband, or your spouse, or your wife, or your partner. It all comes down to communication. And Sherry cracked the code to it, and we have the secret. It's like we have a superpower.
Superpower. We do. We have this. We have these cards. So I just posted above the live, right above the crack your code. It's free. Go on there, crack your code. It is fun. You will get an email. You will learn about yourself. What's your favorite subject? What's everyone's favorite subject, Michelle?
Them. Them. Thank you, Douglas. Douglas put great work, Michelle. Oh, I appreciate it. So, yeah, get your free report. It's a $99 report. Marianne's giving it to you for free. So, find out. The first step is self-awareness. How do you show up? Right? Now, understand who's in front of you and how they show up, and then connect to communicate. I got on a call the other day, Marianne. Oh my Lord. This guy was trying to sell me something. I could have used the thing. But, and he said, I did research on you. I said, fantastic. So he gets on. He didn't bring the energy or the fun. He didn't get to know me. Instead, he went into a slideshow.
Oh,
Yeah, right?
PowerPoint's my
And
favorite.
so I get on the call and I was like, hey, what's going well with you? Whatever. And he was like, I think this is really going to help you.
Oh,
I was like, I really don't care what you think. He goes, "It's okay."
am I going to have fun or not?
Right? So n nothing. It's just literally slideshow up. And I was like this. I went 29 minutes.
Oh,
I
wow.
was like, I
Were you multitasking? How did you take 29 minutes of this?
I was I was literally I was literally sitting there going, it's got to get better. Clearly, it's got to get better, right? And I even told him, I was like, time out, dude. Like, seriously, just give me the price and how is this going to help me? What is this going to do for me?
Bottom line.
Bottom line,
Let's
time
bottom
is,
line.
I've got to go. Sorry. See you later. Right?
That's so funny.
Only he would have known. How much time are you researching people? I know people who research for hours on that person, looking for something to connect with them, some way of commonality. What is it? Oh, maybe they have a pet. Well, I have a pet. He may have a pet. But that doesn't break down the only reason that matters in the sales process. And that is what's going to get me to say yes, or what's going to crack open that vial of vinegar and completely turn me off. And then it's a big fat no. So you have choices in life to make. You can make your life a whole lot easier and talk to Marianne because she has the secret. Or you can keep doing what you're doing. We're not attached. We know the secret. How's that, Mary?
See,
Very, I'm in a very strange space today.
that's okay. It is absolutely Lionsgate today, and we are all in a little bit of a funky spot, which is why I wanted to do my summit this day because it's fun. It's a special porter, a portal or porter. Um, and you know, where's my people to correct me all the time? Like the
That's
correct.
your case. Your
I'm
case.
like K's
I
and
was
these guys too. Well, it's not
I
portal.
was
It's portal. Yes, I know it's portal.
I was on a call the other day and somebody was showing a slideshow, right? And there was a K that texted me in the chat and said, my K is really just wanting to tell them that their slideshow has an error. And I was like, I feel you. I get it. I understand.
Yeah, I had a really fun conversation with one of my clients, and he would have had to. He must be sorry. He must be this. This is what I think he is. He won't fill out anything. I've tried. Um, so I know he's this for sure because he's a hardcore contractor who invests a lot. He's got a lot of real estate investments. That's his big thing. He does a few other investments on the side, but really it's more about real estate than anything else. So I know he's that. He's pretty particular with his paperwork. He hands it off. I don't. I'm not really 100% sure on this. He does help people, but when he goes to stress, and he was in a bit of a stress mode because I was asking him some questions because he hadn't been to the house in maybe 3 months. And I asked him, can you please go into the house and fix this? Because of course he's a contractor, so his house is last to get fixed, but something had happened. And I said, please go in there and fix it so that, I can continue doing open houses. So, and he was so busy working while he was talking to me that he didn't hear what I said. And I said, so when do you think? And so he goes, well, I'm going to do this and I'm going to send so and so and this and that to the house and blah, blah. And he's kind of said he was going to do this 3 months ago, but which he didn't. And, whatever. So and I said, okay, but when are you going to the house? Right. And he goes, did you not hear me? Did you not hear me? Did you not hear me? what I just said. I'm gonna send so and repeated everything. And I said, I said, yes, I heard you the first time. Thank you. I said, what I was getting at is when will you be actually going to the house? And he's like, I don't know who Brian Wright is, but we can't let him in. So if it's somebody's friend, we only allow speakers on Zoom, guys. Sorry.
Oh, Douglas said he is.
Oh, yeah. He is what? A speaker? No, he's not.
I think he's a
Um,
friend. He
oh, yeah.
wants to see.
No, no. Sorry, Douglas. Only speakers are on Zoom. He can watch on my Facebook, and you can also share onto your Facebook. But Zoom is only for speakers. Sorry. And so he was just like freaking out a little bit on me. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, this is what I meant. He goes, oh, sorry about that. Like, he didn't mean to, but he did raise his voice. And I was like, that's unusual. He must be under a lot of stress. But yeah, off he went and then questioned this. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, we'll do that. And he still hasn't done it. But, anyways, that's besides the point. But yes, if you people would like to have more yeses in life in general, this is what would be helpful. This will help you. This will actually make you psychic. This will help you get more yeses. In fact, when Michelle and I do our thing, we call it our thing being like a little podcast thing that we need to get back into doing this week. We call it More Yeses with M&M. We kind of like that. And we're going to call our course that, Get More Yeses with M&M.
I love it. And Douglas asked a question because he invited about 100 people with that link. So he wants to know what's a better link that he could send them.
Oh, okay. Well, let them come on then. But usually I have the Zoom for the speakers, and everybody watches it for free as it streams on Facebook. So all the speakers share the link from my Facebook onto theirs. So that would be the link that you're looking for. You can share it on your Facebook, and they want to come on, let them come on. If are they going to share it on theirs? Is that why you want them to come onto the Zoom? I'm okay with that. I'm okay with sharing this into bigger networks. Hello, I'm totally okay with it. Don't be sorry. If they want to share it on their networks, Douglas, it's okay. Anyways, so back to this. So yeah, so this is a really easy, fun, let me see, structured way with a system. This is the system. This is the system and the process. This is how you do it. And it's easy for everyone to follow. We have some great products. We have something called the Vault that I have now incorporated into all of my higher end products, where I actually purchase the Vault in the package for the person. So I give them the Vault. The Vault is $2,000 of absolutely outstanding information, right, Michelle?
Oh my gosh, the
All
training,
these different
it
things.
covers everything. You get our signature series, sales, relationships, speed coding, power scripting, communication mastery, our iOS coaching program. There's mindset, goal setting, networking. I mean, the list goes on, and it's all framed around bank and the bank methodology.
Yes. Douglas says he always says sorry because he's Canadian. We do always say sorry. We're so polite. We like it like that. Yeah, yeah, the vault is just honestly, it is a vault of wonderful information. And if you were ever wondering what you would like to do with the bank, but when is Sherry's next? Do we know? Do we have a
It
date?
is August 13th from 1 to 4 Eastern, a free masterclass with the expert herself. And you can reach out to Marianne and get the link to register for that. You are not going to want to miss this.
I will
Uh,
be posting it. Yeah.
Absolutely. And the other thing is all that you mentioned the AI that everyone's using. Well,
Mhm.
one of the problems is they're using AI to write their social media posts, their blogs, all their things. and they don't know who it's speaking to. We have a tool that we're literally decode it and tell you exactly what code it's speaking to because that's who you're attracting. And so now, if that's not you and how you show up and not your language, and now you're attracting people who are opposite of you, you're going to make it even harder, right? Because now you're just bringing all the wrong people to you and trying to have that sales conversation. And it's that hamster wheel. So we have that chat GPT that's infused with bank and the decoder. So you can really take your business to the next level. It's an easy, simple system that's easy to duplicate and easy to implement. You just need to work with someone to help you do that, or you have your do it yourself program. But either way, understanding people is the key to your success. That's all I got today, Marianne.
Oh, this is so good. Hang on, I'm just sending something here. Douglas, I just put it into your chat if they want to watch it, if they want to somehow record your talk. I'm not sure how to do that, but anyways, Michelle, thank you so much. Yes, this is amazing. I am going to post the link for August 13th. Sorry, did you say from 2 to 4 or 1 to 3?
1 to 4 Eastern.
Oh, 1 to 4. Never mind. See, and it's free, people. It is free. It will cost you nothing, but you do have to register or you won't get the link. How are they going to know that you want to take it if you don't register? So I will put that link up once we're done. I'll put it up on Facebook, and Michelle's going to send it to me because I need it to be handy so that I'm not searching while I'm hosting this. Thank
Well,
you.
Marianne, we're going to make it super simple for them. So the same link that they use to crack their code is going to take them right to the masterclass so they can register. So you will crack your code for Marianne, and then you'll just go right to the masterclass and register so that you can crack the code and
That's
take
right.
it to the bank.
And if you register, they will email you this just in case, because today there's been some there's been some technology issues to say the least. Anyways, thank you so much, Michelle, for this. This was wonderful, as always. And stay tuned for more information on Michelle and I putting some events together. Some will be virtual, some will be in person. The in-person ones aren't going to happen anytime right away, but the virtual ones will. We'll have some virtual, and we have that intro for sharing. So that's going to be perfect. Thank you so much for that. And Douglas, would you come on camera, please? Because we're a little bit over your time, but that's okay.
Not worried about that. We'll have some fun. And by the way, Michelle, you were totally awesome. I met Sherry at several events, and she's so delightful and really a powerful person. Holy crap, hey?
Yeah, she's amazing. I get to hang out with her quite a bit, and she's just absolutely amazing.
That is so cool. Well, you did a great job today. I really enjoyed it. Super insightful. Got tons of notes right here.
Awesome.
I love it. Cool. So what do you want, Marianne? Do you want to introduce me or you want me to just keep babbling?
I'm just going to tell everyone how wonderful Douglas Vermeeren is. He is not only an actor, he's a filmmaker. He has made several films and has some really spectacular, wonderful things coming up that we've recently discussed. Hopefully, I'll get a chance to be involved in that. And with that, I give you the most amazing Douglas Vermeeren. Take it away.
Well, that's so kind of you. And again, Michelle, so excited to follow you. I'm still trying to process the wonderful things that you were talking about. So we'll just do our best here with this. But I guess to give you guys a little bit of a context, yes, I am an actor in film and TV, but I've also produced 5 of the top personal development documentaries that are out there. So if you guys know The Secret or any of those people from The Secret, they're all very, very, very close friends of mine. In fact, it's funny, I was speaking with John DeMartini yesterday. He's done 5 movies for me, and he's one of my best friends. And so he passes his hello and wishes he could be here with you, but unfortunately that just didn't work out. But I want to share with you something that might be a little bit interesting for you today. And if it is, of course, if you hear anything useful, you have my full permission to take notes, use it in your life, and pass it on to somebody else. So here's the deal. When I was about 19, I was burning through a heck of a lot of money without a lot of results in my life. I was making more money than I had intelligence to manage. And at about that time, I had a mentor take me aside and say, if you continue this path and pattern, you're going to be broke before you know it. And he introduced me to the idea of personal development. In fact, the first book he gave me was a book that most of you know called Think and Grow Rich. Now, for those of you who aren't familiar with the book Think and Grow Rich, you remember that Napoleon Hill was invited to go out and study more than 400 of the world's top achievers. I mean, he got to some of the biggest names in his day: Henry Ford, Thomas Edison, the Rockefellers, the Wrigleys, everybody else, right? And in that book that he had put out, he itemized a lot of the principles of how they got to their success. What was it that they did? How was it that they thought? And how did they attract this idea of success like never before? Now, here's how this applies to you for just a minute here. Let's think about it. Why did you come on to a training like this? Well, it's because you were hoping to get something that you could use that would make your life better and more valuable, that you could maybe find something that would help you get to goals that you have or intentions that you set, or maybe it's to repair a relationship, or maybe it's to build more wealth, or maybe it's to find that missing key in your business. Now, I want to share with you, I may not have all the answers for you today, but if you listen carefully, maybe there's one or two things here that will help you. And so I want you to be really careful and take some notes and listen carefully. And I'm going to share with you that after I met with this gentleman, I decided I want to be like Napoleon Hill. And so I went out and I interviewed 400 of the world's top achievers, but not back in the early 1900s, but today. So I got to people like the co-founders of Federal Express, the former VP of marketing for KFC and American Airlines. I got to the people who founded Ted Baker, UGG Boots, Reebok, the Avita Group, Christian Dior, Jordache Jeans, Gitano Sportswear, California Citrus, the people that were behind things like Southwest Airlines. I mean, the list goes on. So I got to 400 of these world's top achievers. And I learned some very interesting things. A couple of the things that I learned, I found, quite frankly, is that success is a lot closer than most of us imagine. And the biggest obstacle, you guessed it, it's ourselves. We get in the way of our own success. And so interestingly enough, I took some of these ideas, and of course, I've done a bunch of programs like other coaches and a bunch of other trainings like other speakers, and I use this information myself. I made a heck of a lot of money, and we'll talk about that in another conversation. But I want to talk about where all this really starts, okay, the beginning of it. And so I took this information and I developed a program called Personal Power Mastery. Now, I think it's important that I first of all explain why I chose those words. First of all, personal, because I believe that until you take success personally, nothing's going to change. The truth of the matter is there's some things in life that only you can do for yourself. For example, you can only, you can't send someone, for example, to go get a haircut on your behalf. Right? You can't send someone else to the dentist on your behalf. And if you're working out, you have to do your own push-ups. So there's certain things in life that you have to do. Now, the interesting thing that I also found as I was studying these top achievers is you've heard the saying that if it's meant to be, it's up to me. Well, I'm going to say that that's definitely true for the beginning, but we'll talk a little bit later about this idea around if it's meant to be, it's actually up to you and your friends and your network. So it starts with you, but it continues beyond you. This idea of having a team or mentors or support goes beyond you. In fact, if you look very carefully at any major accomplishment in the world, whether it's someone winning an Academy Award, climbing Mount Everest, winning an Olympic gold medal, or what have you, it's always done by a team. It's never done by an individual, right? So I want you to think about that. And we'll talk a little bit more about that later, perhaps if we have some time. And I'll also talk about a free handout that I'm going to give you guys that you can find information on that too. So first of all, personal. It must be personal. The second is that word power that I chose. Now, if you think about what the definition of power means, it means the ability to act, or maybe you're acted on, because sometimes there's outside powers. There's outside forces that sometimes can either interrupt or help. And most of the time we look at the stuff that interrupts us. We don't look at the stuff that's there to help us, the support that's there, the things that are already around us in the world that are already primed and ready to open doors for us. So maybe we'll talk a little bit about that. But the one thing I want to share about power is that there are 14 of them, 14 specific powers that you have and you've been given and you have access to that can change everything. Now, today in our limited time, I'm going to try to talk briefly about 5 of them, but we'll see how far we get. Okay. So the last word I love here is mastery, personal power mastery. The reality is mastery is a really elusive word because I think when we look at it in real life here, we often do not understand. We think that mastery means perfection, and it's not the same. So I'm a martial artist, right? So I do mixed martial arts, I do competitive martial arts, and if in the audience, if you do martial arts or any other kind of talent or skill or sport at a high level, you'll resonate with this. There was a question once asked, how long does it take the average person to become a black belt? You know what the answer is? Average people don't become black belts, right? So if you're going to master something, it's going to take time, it's going to take effort, but most importantly, it's going to take change. You must always change in order to get something better. Let me say it a simple way. If you want to expand what you have, you must expand who you are. That's how it is. You cannot get to point B or a higher level of who you are or a new destination or whatever it is, fill in the blank, by being the same or staying in the same place. It just cannot happen. So I'm going to encourage you guys to think about those 3 things. Personal, you got to make it personal. But yes, you have power. You definitely have power, so you can make changes. And secondly, I want to talk about mastery. Now, if we're going through this idea of personal responsibility, it is the beginning of all success. The reality is until you decide to own what's going on currently in your life, you can't change it. If you own it, you can change it. And I think that that's a challenge for a lot of people, is that they're not ready to take things personally. It's a lot easier in life to blame others or blame a situation or a circumstance or whatever it could be. But the minute that you own it, you can change it. Now, I also want to talk about power, that when we discover that we have power, that's the beginning of the journey to our very best self. Because when we feel powerless, we don't do anything. We don't take any chances. We don't make any choices. We don't get out and change things. So that idea of power is really important. And then lastly, I just want you to understand that what mastery is by definition is progress. That's really what it is. It's progress. And by the way, it's interesting. There was a story that I heard once of Pablo Picasso, you know, the famous artist from Malaga, Spain. And someone was asking him in an interview, what is it like to be such a master? This is incredible. And he said, if you saw how hard I worked, you would not call me a master at all. You would just say, I have perseverance. So I'm going to say that that is an important part of mastery also. So I want to talk about the first power, the most powerful thing that we have in the world. And I want to explain how I found it. You see, it was interesting when I first began this journey. I did study a lot of the top achievers, and incredibly, I learned so much from them. But there was one phone call that I had that I learned even more. I was thinking to myself, if personal development is about change, meaning going from where we are to where we want to be, then who can I talk to that's really good at understanding change? And I thought for a while, and I came up with a very peculiar answer. The answer was, I want to talk to somebody who's in charge of training the people for the suicide hotlines. If you think about it, if someone calls into a suicide hotline, often they've already come to the end of the rope, so to speak. Some of them may have already taken pills. Some of them may have a weapon sitting next to them on the bed. Some might even have made the phone call with a noose on their neck, or any number of tragic and terrible things. So if someone has to turn someone around quickly and make an instant change, forget all the personal development gurus. This is the people who really have like life on the line to figure it out. So as I chatted with this lady who trained suicide hotline workers, I was asking her, what are some of the most important things that you say? And you know what she said to me? This is interesting. You might want to write this down. She says, we'll never tell them, don't kill yourself. And I was like, what? Like, that's the first thing I would do. If I got somebody on the line that's going to hurt themselves, don't kill yourself, please. Listen to me. And she says, we don't say that. The reality is those people already feel like, and this is the power I'm going to talk about, they feel like they've lost their choice, their power of choice. They feel like everything around them is telling them what to do and has taken away that freedom of choice. So if we tell them, don't kill yourself, we're just another voice that says what to do or don't do. She says, instead, what we do is we say, yes, we empathize. You could do that. You could kill yourself. It's true. But what would that look like? And let's give you another choice. If you decided to stay, what could that look like? And if you got help, what could that look like? Can we start expanding their ability to see choice? If you were here, when your child is older now and get to see them at their wedding, what would that look like? If you got a chance to go get help and started the business or did something different in the business and it was a success, this challenge that you're having now, what if that turned into a positive, and what would that look like? And the suicide hot worker lady said that choice, the minute that choice expands, so does our power. Power is directly connected to choice. The more choices we feel we have, the more empowered we are. And so I'm going to just say this right now, and I certainly hope there's no one listening here who is contemplating suicide or struggling with other things, but it is possible that you might be encountering some depression or frustration or things that maybe aren't working perfectly for you right now. I want you to take a piece of paper. And whether you do these things or not, it's irrelevant, but I want you to write down all the choices you can think of that you have right now. One of them might be to quit. Sure, that's easy. One of them might be to get help, and you can talk about what that means. One of them might be to, take a course from someone, maybe even someone like Michelle, or a training, or someone like Vivian. These are choices that you have. And by the way, I love this quote from Albert Einstein. Albert Einstein once said that a problem is never solved at the same level of thinking that was used to create it. But I will confess, I think Albert Einstein missed something. Problems don't always have to be solved by you. So the same level of thinking that was used to create it is only part of a solution. Another solution might be to delegate the problem, or to get help with the problem, or solve the problem as a team, right? So there's a lot of ways. Now, I want to share something else that's kind of interesting, because we often hear this idea of happiness is a fill in the blank, a choice, right? Happiness is a choice. I'm going to say that that's partially true, because I know lots of people who make choices based on immediate gratification, and it doesn't always lead to happiness. It might lead to fun, which is a different thing than happiness. But happiness, my definition of it, is really that happiness is more about not making a choice in the moment, but making a choice of the consequence. So here's something interesting to think about when we're talking about the power of choice. Are your choices leading you to something that's going to give you what you want in the end? Not right now. Like, the truth is, a lot of stuff that we do right now, if it's worth it, requires some effort, some work, some change. Sometimes change is hard. But if we really want something that's going to give us what we want, we need to make our choices based on the consequence. So I want you to think about that for a minute. Now, here's something also I think is important to think about. I love this idea of, you've heard the quote that, you're not as good as you think you are. Can I change that a little bit? The truth is you're not as good as you think you are. You're better. And I think this is also a choice too. How do you see yourself? How do you choose to see yourself? Are you choosing to look at the gray and the dark and the shadows and the things that have never worked out? Well, the truth of the matter is that's a very one-sided, biased opinion. And there's not a lot of truth to that. The reality is wherever there is darkness, there is also light. And if we choose to see the light, we will see more light. You've obviously heard that idea of what we choose to focus on magnifies. And as we choose to see good things, it grows. So I'm going to encourage you, just in this brief talk that we're having today about choice, that you choose to see what's going to empower you and what's going to take you closer to your dreams. And I can promise you that even though there are negative things going on, and I'm not saying close your eyes to those things entirely, but I'm going to say choose to not put them to the forefront, and you'll see some things that are different. Now, I want to talk about another power, because I want to try and get through a few here that I think are valuable. The second power, and by the way, these are not necessarily always in order. I'm just going to give them to you. If you want to learn more, I can show you there is a sequence. But I chose some that I thought would be valuable for us today to talk about. The second power is called the power of courage. Now, it's interesting. I lived in China for a year, and I had a chance to visit some very, very incredible Chinese landmarks and areas there. One of my favorite places that I had a chance to visit was a place called Wu Taishan. Now, Wu Taishan is known as the birthplace of Buddhism. It means the four mountain peaks, or the five mountain peaks, rather. And these are like those mountains that you see in the James Bond movies, that are like those long, fingery type mountains that seem to go up forever and ever through the clouds. And we climbed one at 5 a.m. and I could literally see the curvature of the earth, because remember, we're near the Himalayas, which are the tallest mountain peaks on the planet Earth. And as I looked, I could literally see forever. And at the top of that, there was a Buddhist temple that was built. And there was a gentleman that I got a chance to talk to. Now, my Chinese is not super strong. I speak a little bit. But there was a gentleman that I met there who was from San Francisco, and he could speak perfect English. So I was so delighted to meet with him. And as I had a chance to talk to him, we just talked about Buddhist philosophy and a little bit about different ideas that we had about personal development concepts. And as we were there talking, we talked a little bit about courage. And he told me a really nice story that I'd like to tell you now. And I think it's powerful. It's powerful. If courage is one of our most important choices, think on this. So he said there was a Buddhist priest who had 3 disciples. And he brought the 3 disciples to him and he asked them a question. He said, "What is courage?" And the first disciple thought for a moment and he said, it's when you protect and help the downtrodden and the weak. And the Buddhist priest nodded his head and said, "That's nice." Asked the second disciple, "What is your definition of courage?" And the second disciple said, "Well, it's when you stand for a belief or a principle or uphold your values and you're willing to suffer for that." And the priest, of course, nodded his head and said, "That is nice." He asked the third disciple, "What is courage?" And this young man said, "It's when we are willing to save or rescue or even die for those that we love, those that we care about." And the Buddhist priest again nodded and then turned to walk away. Well, of course, these young men were like, "Well, who's correct? What is the definition of courage? You got to tell me. You can't leave me hanging. Come on. This isn't Obi-Wan Kenobi here. Teach us." And so the priest turned back and he said, "You are both correct, or all 3 correct." He said, "The definition of courage is love, because we would not fight for something, a downtrodden or a weak person unless we love their cause or we love those people. We would not fight for a belief or a principle unless we love it and we feel that it's ours. And we wouldn't try to save or help a loved one unless we really did genuinely care." Now, I think this is an interesting thing. If we look at choice and we also look at the challenges that we sometimes have in trying to get to our success, do we truly love what we're trying to achieve? Or are we just doing it for the work? I had a couple of years ago, I had a chance to meet with Edward James Olmos, the actor, for lunch, and we were chatting. And some of you might remember him from Blade Runner. He was also Commander Adama in the new Battlestar Galactica, and he's done tons and tons and tons of movies. And as I was sitting there, I said, "What's your definition of success?" And he said, "Some people think success is doing things that are hard." He says, "That's not success, because anybody can do hard stuff. Sometimes even a person, if you look at the Jews in the concentration camp, they were doing really hard stuff, right? Or, or if you were a slave, or, I mean, the list could go on of things that are hard, right?" But he said, success is finding what you love and then doing it when it's hard. I love being an actor. I'm here in Burbank, California right now, and I've got a TV show that I'm on later on today. And sometimes it's really hard. In fact, I've got a big script that I have to learn and all this stuff. All these pink marks are things I have to learn. And these are pink marks from stuff I've already kind of learned and done. It's a really difficult job. It looks easy to walk the red carpet, but to tell you the truth, that's not what we do most of the time. Most of the time, it's porta potties and food trucks and memorizing scripts and wearing bad fitting costumes in very terrible weather, hot and cold. So do I love it? Of course I do. Do I love it enough to do the hard stuff? Absolutely. And so I want to ask you, what do you do and what's your courage behind it? And, the truth of the matter is even if it's a moment that you don't love, the key is to attach that to the courage that's there. Courage is a willingness to step into fear to protect what you love. Not just fear, but sometimes hard work, right? I think it's important to look at that. Now, I know we're going to be coming up to time really quick here. No, she says no. Okay, so I've got 2 other ones that I want to share. She's saying, "Yay!" So, anyways,
Keep going. We're okay.
Keep going. I want to be respectful to everybody, and I want to share with you
another 20 minutes at least. Go for it.
Okay, good. Okay, well, I will use every second of it.
Yes.
I want to share about 2 other laws that I think are absolutely, well, I'm going to try and get through 3, but 2 for sure. So, here's another one that you might want to think of that I think is really important when it comes to what we do and our law of choice and our law that we talked about of courage. Is the truth of the matter is now you've got some things on your radar, which you can start looking at the things in your life and saying, do I do this or do I do that? right? And the truth of the matter is life is not always a clear choice between this is good and this is bad. I think more often the bad stuff we recognize really quick, we get it out of the way for most people. We don't think about that. The harder point, or harder choice rather, is how do I choose between an idea that is good or one that's better or one that's the best? I think that's the trick, really, because there's a lot of great stuff. Like you can either go and if you've got kids, you can go and play with your kids, or you can do your work stuff for the day. Well, the truth of the matter is, I'm going to say going and play with your kids is the better choice, right? But they're both good choices, and they're both things that are important. So how do we start making these choices, right? And I want to share something that I think is kind of an interesting principle that I stumbled across, but it's not anything new. In fact, I'm going to try a screen share for a minute because I got a kind of a funny joke with this, and we'll just see if we can make it work.
Wait,
Okay.
I have to make.
She's just turning on. We got a second. That's cool. So just tell me when that's up, because I'm not so much looking at it anymore. Do you got me? There you got me. Okay, so let me just talk about this, and then I'll show you this little clip. So needless to say, this is something that I discovered called the law of probability. Now, some of you may have heard of a fellow by the name of Aristotle. Let's see if I've got this now. Hey, I do got it.
Again, I just made you a co-host.
Cool. Let's see if this works. We'll try our best.
There you go.
Look at that. Perfect. Okay, now how do I get to... Okay, I'm just going to go like this, everybody. Okay, so first of all, here's mediocrities. Good enough, right? Definitely not the guy you want to follow. But here's the one I want to talk about. And I'm just going to show this. This is Aristotle. And Aristotle says probability is what is most likely to happen. Now, when I was studying the top achievers about goal setting and achievement and all of these kinds of things, I found that this idea of write it down and set a date, that's pretty important. It works out pretty good. Even that SMART goal system, you know, specific, measurable, achievable, all that kind of stuff, that's pretty good too. I will write this: clarity is essential on goals. You might want to write this quote down from me. It's that a goal that is specific and clear becomes attainable and near. A goal that is specific and clear becomes attainable and near. But I want to share you something that I learned from Aristotle. Now, Aristotle said this: probability is what is most likely to happen. So he invented something called the law of probability. And I want you to think about this. So if probability means something is most likely to happen, then this law of probability now becomes important to us. Let me share something that Aristotle also explained in regards to this law. So he said, if you were an archer, a person with a bow and arrow, and you were across a field 100 yards away, and you went to shoot an arrow at a target, right? Remember, something that is clear, okay? He says, how good would you do from 100 yards to get an arrow into the target? Well, the truth of the matter is if you're like me, you're probably going to miss it. It's not going to work, okay? You're not going to get it in. But let me ask you this: if you took a step forward towards that target, what would happen? Well, your chances would increase, wouldn't they? And if you took another step forward, your chances would increase again. So every step forward that you could take towards the target would increase the likelihood that you are going to achieve it. Now, let's look at this next slide. I want to show you this next one, but I want to kind of talk about how can you already use what you already have? Okay, to tell your message. And here's the deal: when it comes to increasing probability, the likelihood that you'll be able to put those arrows in, there's a few things that you have. Now, I'm just going to share this gently. I see some still giggling at that ad. I think it's pretty funny. There's three things I believe that you can use to increase the likelihood or your probability that things are going to happen. The first is the people that you surround yourself with. You've heard the saying that you become like the 5 people you spend the most time with. So if you're hanging out with 4 losers, you get to become the 5th. But if you hang out with 4 winners, you get to carry on as a champion. So we want to find the people. And by the way, the thing that I find very, very interesting, if I look in my life, I've seen the pattern of 3 people, always 3 people. And by the way, I'm the one in the middle. So there's going to be somebody in life that I have to help and I have to lift to get to the top of the mountain. But there's also somebody above me that's going to be lifting me. And that's just the way karma works. And generally, you cannot find the one to lift you until you found one that you're also going to lift, right? So who can you learn from? So if your goal, let's just say, for example, is to make $1 million in 6 months, By the way, I did that once. I took $1, and you know that game that you do bigger and better, where you take a paper clip and you trade it for something, let's say a pencil, and then you get on. And I heard somebody do that once to get a car, right? So I want to try that with money. So I took $1 and I traded it for something else till I got something else, till I got something else. And in 180 days, I actually got $2 million, which was pretty cool. By the way, if you want to learn how to do that, of course, send me a note and I'll send you some info on that too. No problem, no charge. But it was really based on the people around me. And it's so interesting that I kind of love, again, what Michelle was saying, that sales is not a numbers game. It's a people's game. It's a people game. It has tons to do with people. Everything that you ever want in life generally can come to you through a relationship, connecting with other people. And I think that's an important thing that we often forget. Now, the second one in here, you'll notice is place. I think there's certain geography you can go that will make your life easier and increase the probability you'll get to your goals. So, for example, me wanting to be involved in movies, it's a lot easier for me to do that right here in Burbank, California, than for me to do it, say, in the middle of Zimbabwe somewhere. There's not as many movie studios there, right? So, where is it most likely you will also connect with those people and meet with those opportunities? Where do you need to go? And I guarantee if you look carefully at whatever your goals are, your plans are, there's places that are better. So for example, if you're single and you want to find a perfect relationship, sitting at home by yourself on your couch watching Netflix is probably not going to do it, right? There are places you can go, right? So whatever it is that you want, take a look at the place. Now, the last one, I'm going to call it performance. It's a bit of a tragedy sometimes when I'm watching American Idol or America's Got Talent. They show at the beginning, before this kid gets in, he says, I'm going to be the next American Idol. I'm such a good performer. All my parents since the day I was born told me that I was the greatest thing since sliced bread. I'm the best singer ever, blah, 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 right? And then he starts singing and you see Simon Cowell go, oh, shiest. This is not, it's not working. And why? It's not because he doesn't have the desire. It's because they've never put in the effort to get the performance to where it needs to be. And I'm a firm believer that any skill in the world can be learned if another human being has done it, even if it's singing and you're not a good singer. Like, I'm not the greatest singer, which is weird because like I'm a second cousin to Elvis Presley. So you'd think some of that would have run off on me, but it didn't. Well, I have fun in karaoke, but that's a whole other story. But what I'm saying is if I were to put in the effort and the talent to learn those things, the time that it takes, then yeah, I probably could get my performance to a higher level. The reality is again, back to this power of choice. If there's something that you want to do in life or something that you want to achieve or a goal that you have, you can learn how to become more proficient in that. And I think that that's important that we all try to do that, right? So back to this idea of the law of probability, that's how we get to our goals. You have influence over the people you'll meet, you have influence over the places you'll go, and you have influence over the things that you will learn. And just your being here on this training today tells me that you have a learner's heart. And that's something that's not always visible. In fact, it's interesting. We can look around the world and there's a lot of stubborn people that don't want to learn a thing about anything. And the thing that I thought was kind of funny is speaking about just money for a minute. In my money course, one of the research pieces that I found that was very interesting is, so I'm from Canada, but the same number is true for the IRS in the United States. They took a look at entrepreneurs and they said that all entrepreneurs, or 80%, 80 to 90% of them, they basically reach this ceiling where they can earn up to about $200,000 and then they stop. And then there's this big gap of no man's land. And then there's a whole pile of entrepreneurs that do $1 million and over. Well, what's the difference? I thought, these guys that only get to 200,000 and then this other group that gets $1 million and over. And sometimes incredibly over, right? Like we're talking in the billions with a B. What's the difference between somebody who's got a good idea, a great company, they're running it well, but they can only get to 200,000 and the ones that are into the billions? Well, do you know what the difference is? It's teachability. It's teachability. There's some people that are just not interested to learn. They feel like they have all the answers. Now, I'll just tell a funny little side story. When I first started learning about business and entrepreneurship, and that's one of my passions, I love it to death. I met this gentleman who was a friend of our family's, and he just had so much money, it was crazy. and I wanted him to invest in my company. And so I took this little business plan that I made and all this kind of stuff, and I met with him for lunch. And I'll never forget, he started flipping through my business plan. My goal was to get him to invest. Started flipping through my business plan. He goes, "Oh, you might want to change this." And I was like, "No, no, 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 can't change it. It's like, it's important to me. Gotta have it. Blah, blah, blah." And he's like, "Okay." Kept going. He forgave me on that one. He came to another idea and he's like, "You might want to change this." And I was like, "Oh, no, no, no. Can't change that either. Blah, 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 blah." Right. And I kept defending everything. Obviously, I was not teachable. And he stopped for a minute and he says, "You can be rich or you can be right. You can't be both." And then he pointed out a little bit about how much money he had earned. And he asked me how much I had in my bank. And he says, "Your bank account is actually the report card of how well you understand this information." And I realized that I had a lot to learn. Now, are you humble enough to take that kind of feedback? Thank goodness I was. And I began to then say, now when he said this, I would say, "Now, what would you suggest instead?" And I'm not saying you got to take every suggestion that everybody gives you. They may not know your business. They may not know your heart. They may not know your goals or your outcome. But it doesn't cost you anything to listen, just to hear what this person might have to say or the suggestions they have. And there was a lot of times when he shared things with me that, quite frankly, I found that it was a much better solution or idea than I had considered. So you might want to keep that in mind. Now, let's keep talking here. I got, I guess, only a few more minutes, but I want to share something, and this is the power of humor. I'm going to say this is one of the biggest powers we have. Most of us do not recognize it. Most of us are way too serious in life, and most of us just, I don't know, we just have a hard time smiling sometimes. But the thing to remember, one of my friends said this in life. He said, "You got to remember with life, what comes after a problem? No problem." And so that's the way life is. You're either problem or no problem. And so you might as well enjoy life with no problem. And you might as well get a smile on your face. People who have humor in their life, what I notice with the top achievers, they attract others around them. They're fun to be around. Have you ever had someone that when they come in the room just lights up? Well, why couldn't that be you? Right? Why couldn't that be you that brings this energy with you? Now, I warn you, I've got a really zany sense of humor, so let's get started. I'm going to share with you a couple of things I found on the internet that I think are funny. If I offend anybody, I've got one slide in there for you too. So here we go. "So what's your idea of a perfect date?" And he says, DDMM, yay, 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 yay. I find the other formats a bit confusing. I thought that was funny. Okay. How about this? "Did you know," I asked an old man, "even after 95 years, you still call your wife darling, honey, and love. What's the secret?" "Old man, I forgot her years or her name years ago, and I'm afraid to ask her." I think that's funny, right? Isn't that good? How about this? "Find a man who strokes your hair and says how soft it is and doesn't even care that it's on your legs." Okay. How about this? "Just sold my homing pigeon on eBay for the 22nd time." Because he always comes home. Get it? How about this? "Went to the Air and Space Museum, but there was nothing there." Isn't that sad? Get it? Air and space. Wah, wah, wah. How about this? "Spring is here. I'm so excited. I wet my plants." I thought that was funny too. How about this? "Just letting everyone know that I'm going through a lot right now." Right? So, anyways, I am silly. How about this? "When you don't have a barbecue, follow me for more recipes." And if you didn't see that one, it's a smile, right? And here's the one for everybody who could get offended by this. "If you find this offensive, I find it funny. That's why I'm happier than you." So if we can take off the screen share again, I think you might have locked me into that. Just take off the screen share. We'll go back to where we are and we'll finish off with a couple of funny ideas here. Some things that you can use practically for yourself.
I think you can you're going to have to do it.
How do I do it?
I don't know.
Oh, like that.
There you go.
Okay, so we're back. And yay. I hope you guys had fun so far. I want to share what I think is probably the most powerful of the choices today. Okay. So I want you to listen up carefully. If this is something for, how should we say, if you're ready to take the next step in whatever you're doing, this is it. The last power is called the power of decision. The power of decision. The reality is when we did the movie How Thoughts Become Things, which by the way is now available on streaming services everywhere. If you were a fan of The Secret, it is Bob Proctor's last film that he did. We also have Dennis Waitley in it. It's the last film that Dennis did. And it's got John DeMartini, John Osroff, Joe Vitale, Bob Doyle, Marie Diamond, all the gang from The Secret. And they continued the conversation of how thoughts become things. And it's incredible. So you can find it on any streaming service now. By the way, before we get onto this idea of decision, I want to share something that was really profound to me. When we were shooting that movie, I had a chance to spend a lot of time with these speakers, and I've known them all for years. And one of my favorite experiences was spending the day with Bob Proctor. Now, Bob's been like a grandpa to me. We're both Canadian. We've known each other for a number of years. He's written the foreword on 5 of my books. So he must like me or he really feels sorry for me, one or the other. Haven't decided what it is yet. But needless to say, so Bob and I were together and we were spending the day there. And after we'd finished shooting his segments for this movie, we were just kind of chatting on the couch, sitting in his penthouse suite at the LAX Hilton. And we started talking about this idea about the vibrational frequencies. Remember, he talks about in The Secret that everything vibrates at a frequency. Remember that? And so I was really curious and I had them all to myself. So I'm going to ask as many questions as I want. Right? And so I said to him, Bob, what is it that's really vibrating? Like, what is it that makes things vibrate, right? What is that power in the universe that makes vibrations happen? And he says, it's love and gratitude. Love and gratitude are the things that cause the vibration in the universe. And then he proceeded to say that when something isn't moving well, including yourself, things aren't moving super great. He says it's because you just don't have enough love and gratitude in your life, right? But here's the good news is you can fix that. And that leads us to this idea of decision. Remember what I said at the beginning of this, that if you want to expand what you have to expand who you are. I thought this was interesting. When I did my first movie called The Opus, Jack Canfield pointed out something really interesting that I liked, and I've thought about it a lot ever since. He said, ever since the Big Bang, remember at the beginning of the universe, when everything came into being and all this kind of stuff, he says, ever since that Big Bang, everything in the universe has been expanding. Isn't that interesting to think about? Expansion, right? Again, if you want to expand what you have, you must expand who you are. So think about this. We make decisions in a very interesting way. Most of the time, we make decisions not on where we want to go, but where we are already. So, for example, if somebody comes up and says, I could help you with this, look at my program, and you'd say, well, I don't have enough money. You're making a decision based on where you are, not where you want to go, right? That program could seriously open a door for you. Or if someone comes up and invites you to do something, well, you might say, I don't know enough. Well, you're making a decision based on where you are, not where you want to go. Or I don't have enough connections, or I don't, fill in the blank. By the way, here's one of my quotes that I love to say. The size of your success depends on the size of your butt. Isn't that funny? But what do I mean by that? If you have a big butt, the bigger your butt, but I can't do it, but I can't do that, but I don't know this, and I don't have that, but I don't, but. The bigger your butt, the smaller your success will be. Right? But most of us make our decisions based on where we are, not where we want to go. There's a Chinese proverb that I love that says, if you would know your past, look at your current situation. But if you would know your future, look at your current decisions, right? So if we think about our job is to expand, anytime we say but, we are actually working not just against ourselves, but the entire flow of the universe, because everything in the universe is heading this way. And if you want to swim upstream because your little mind is saying, you can't do it, you're not enough, you don't belong here, you don't have enough time, you don't have enough money, you don't have enough this, that, and this, you're fighting the entire universe because you're saying you're not enough. But the reality is everything in the entire universe is shouting that you are. And in fact, back to that idea, you're not as good as you think you are, you're better. The biggest problem that you have is you. And I'm not saying this to be mean, but I'm saying it's time for you to start believing the signs of the universe. God don't make no junk, and he has caused everything to expand. And I'm a firm believer that where there is a mission, there is also a method. There are things that are available to you that will allow you to expand. You just need to look for them. Now, I'll tell you a little secret about the law of attraction that I learned, again, having done 5 movies in that space with all of the biggest experts in the world on the law of attraction, the people who are known for it. You know what's interesting? Most people think that the law of attraction is you sit on a couch, you put yourself into a meditative state, and you say, when will that Ferrari show up? That's not how it works at all. Okay? That's not how it works at all. Instead, the law of attraction isn't things being attracted to you as much as it is you being attracted to things, whatever it is that you want. And the idea of you being attracted to something versus it attracted to you means that you're the one that has to put in the effort. You're the one that has to put in the work. You're the one that has to take action. In fact, I love what Jack Canfield also said to me one time. Most people forget that the last letters on the word attraction are action. Isn't that interesting? Right? So you cannot attract things by sitting on the couch and saying, I wonder when it's going to show up. Sure, maybe something will, but wouldn't you like to increase your probability, like what we talked about today? Wouldn't you like to take control of your situation, of how close your proximity is to the things you really want? Well, the truth of the matter is yes, people, places, and also that performance will start to identify what you need to do. It will give you a checklist, but doing isn't where it starts. Write this down. We have to be before we can do, before we can have. Everything will start internally. Back to this idea of personal power mastery. A lifeguard can't save others till they know how to swim. So once you've got that skill figured out in yourself and that fire is inside you, that burning, beginning with you, right? It all begins with you. It will then expand into what you can do, and then it will expand out into what you can have. Now, I want to share again, if it's meant to be, it begins with me, but very quickly you need to get allies and support and people who can help you accomplish those dreams. Now, I'm going to give you an invite here. If you are interested to learn more about this, I'm happy to send you some free information. You don't have to take a program from me. You don't have to follow me on social media. Most of my social media is movie stuff anyways, not as much personal development, but you don't have to follow me. You don't have to, there's no obligation at all. But if you would like some more information on this, just put your email in the chat. I'll do a screenshot of it. And if you happen to be in one of the remote areas listening to it, send me a note at Douglas Vermeeren, probably through Instagram. There's not many Vermeerens out there. And for those of you that trip over spelling Vermeeren, don't worry, I did. Even when I was in grade 1, I didn't know where the E's went or how many there were and all that kind of stuff. I still have trouble. But I was going to suggest you can remember the guy who did Girl with the Pearl Earring, the painting, Girl with the Pearl Earring. That's my great, 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 great grandpa. So just Google Girl with the Pearl Earring and you'll see Vermeer, and then you just add EN onto his name. But I'm all over. You can find me anywhere, but Instagram's probably a great place to reach out. And I see a couple people who've been kind enough to leave their info already. So I will send you some free stuff. Can I just actually finish with one quick thought for you? I think this is maybe the most important thought. And I want you to recognize it whether you're watching right now in this Zoom or you're in a remote place. I want you to put your hand on your heart. Okay? And I want you to feel that energy that's you inside. You're somebody special. You're unique. Now, I have a friend whose name is Sid, and Sid is a speaker. Sid had a chance to speak in this little old podunk town in Canada where there was literally a population of probably less than 40 people. Just a super tiny town, but they came to hear him speak. And after he finished, he and his wife had a chance to tour this little tiny town. And they went out into this town looking around, and there was only one store. So he sat on the bench out front when as his wife went into this, I think it was a sand store, SAAN. And they have next to nothing in there if you've ever seen one of these in a small town. So she went in and started poking around looking at this stuff while he was on the bench. And as he was sitting on the bench, this old timer sat down next to him. So to make conversation, Sid turned to the old timer. He's like, "So what's this town famous for?" And the old timer simply said, "Hell if I know, but you can go anywhere from here." That's the message that I want to give you guys. You are special. You are worthy. You are worth it. There's amazing things ahead for you. The future is on its way. And wherever you're at today, whether you're liking it or in challenge with it, even if you've got the most difficult things that are going on, your future has not been written yet. You can go anywhere from here. And that decision is yours. So my name's Doug Vermeeren. It's been really good being with you. I'm going to turn the time back over to Marianne. And I look forward to seeing some of you again in the future and learning more about what you guys are all going to share with us today. Thanks for having me.
So much. Thank you so much, Douglas. Amazing as always. I did a podcast with Douglas. He always does amazing. Always. And he could talk forever and I could listen to you forever, although we do have some other people scheduled. So thank you again so much for that. That was outstanding as always and very heartwarming. Hi, Brian. Nice to meet you, sort of. Online. Excellent. So,
by the way, you guys do want to connect with Brian. He runs a variety of really cool companies helping with success. And if you're a speaker and you're looking to get your words out there to people, he's a really good contact and he's got an incredible radio show.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. That's amazing. So we now have a half an hour left for our usual APLGO hour. So we have Tammy, Michelle, Amanda. I don't know if Rosemary's going to join us or not. So APLGO is one of our favorite products. So we want to talk about this. Is the theme here is longevity and vitality. So you know what's funny is we've either put our hearts on our hands on our hearts or we've done a meditation this entire time. Like every speaker has done a meditation this time, so we're going to skip over that. I was actually going to do one and I thought, you know what, it's okay, let Douglas speak longer. It's a little bit different. So we are going to speak a little bit about our products because our products are made from the DNA of the plant, which of course is very important to me. I'm a doctor of metaphysics. I see a lot of clients. I do a lot of healing. I do a lot of personal one-on-one healing, a ton of coaching. I've been coaching for nearly 40 years, and I absolutely love it. And so I like to practice just like when you go see the doctor for this, that, or the other, he gives you a prescription, right? So I like sending people home with these. But mine are more interesting because here is happy. Isn't it more fun to go home with happy than it is? I don't know. I don't even know, can't even think of the name of any particular kind of medicine. This is going to make you happy. We just talked about happiness and smiling and laughing and how important this is. Amanda, I know you've used this. I don't use happy a ton, but I do. Sometimes I will have it. Like, let's say you're tired, you've been working the whole day, but now you have to go to an event. And not that I have trouble, speaking to people or being happy in general. It just, I don't know, it just helps. Really. I've lived, for 61 years without it. And now, of course, I have it. So now it's kind of fun to take. But it does take the edge off. But I'm going to let Amanda talk about this a little more because I know she takes it. And we've had some very good results with this, not just with Amanda, but other people. So if you suffer from anxiety, and I cannot find for the life of me a Relax right now, but Relax and this particular, I'm sure somebody has it, so they'll show it. There it is. Tammy's got the Relax. So a Relax and one of these will completely take the edge off. And you'll calm down. Your whole nervous system will completely calm down. So there you go. That's what I have to say about that. I'm going to pass it over to Amanda. Amanda, tell us all about happy.
Thanks, Marianne, for having me here. And yeah, the Happy is one of my favorite products. I, as somebody who had anxiety, trouble kind of calming down, grounding my thoughts at times. So when I started APLGO, I originally started with a couple of other products, but then I realized I really, really liked this one. And I take this one a lot in the car, or if I know that I'm going in somewhere that's going to be a lot of people, a lot of noise, a lot of energy, I might take this one. And I also take the Relax at night. So I actually track my sleeping from my phone app, and I was taking the Happy twice a day and the Relax once at night. And so when I started tracking, what I noticed is I was getting a better quality of sleep, a much deeper level of sleep. And I was visually able to track that and see that. So I know that it works really well. So people who can't settle down before bed, if you're a writer, you probably know what I'm talking about. You're in bed and you're, going kind of crazy thinking about your next book and what you're doing. That's a great product for people like that, that can't settle down. So it Happy is one of my favorite products, and of course the STP. That's my second favorite product, and that one actually helped me get off energy drinks. And I was someone that drank those quite a bit, and I was heavily addicted to them. And I had mentioned it to Marianne probably about a year and a half ago. That's how long I've been taking the product now. And when I had started them, I originally was just starting them because I thought they were really cool, like all the nutrients in a candy. I liked the idea, but I didn't know I was going to have the results that I did. So now I work out every day, no energy drinks. So I've had really great success with all of the products, but those are my two top favorite ones. So thank you, Marianne.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you so much for sharing that. I want to talk about this one because we don't often talk about this one, but I did briefly have to mention it for circulation when we were talking about power for men and power for women. If anyone has one of those, I don't seem to have it like right here, so I don't know what's going on. But anyway, in conjunction with that, this is the perfect match. So the HRT is for the heart. It's designed for anything and everything to do with the heart. But I find for myself, I don't have any particular heart issues, or maybe I don't have any because I've been taking this now for 2 years, almost 3. It's coming up to almost 3. But it's also great for your circulation, which is pretty much anyone who's getting older. And if you have any kind of blood sugar issues at all, I'm a little bit insulin resistant. So for me, this comes in handy. Because sometimes you just don't get outside, and living in Canada, we have such spectacular weather. Sometimes it goes from one extreme to the other. Either it's scorching hot and I can't go outside for too long because it can't breathe out there, or it is freezing flipping cold. And there's another reason I'm not going to go outside as much. So there's not a ton of cardio going on. I'm not a big gym bunny. I spent a lot of years of my life in the gym. I like walking outside in the fresh air being key with my dog. So that and my yoga are non-negotiable. They have to happen or else. But this also will help. So we were earlier talking about how I was starting to take methylene blue. And methylene blue, there's a book by, I cannot again remember his name, but I will look it up, and it's right here because I'm actually right in the process of listening to it. It's Mark Sloan, and he starts very early on in the book, starts talking about men who are taking Viagra. And we have power for men, and we were saying how Dr. Grant was saying, it's all about circulation. That's what it's about. So I said, well, if you add this to the power for men, you're going to get some good results. That's all I'm going to say. Things are going to happen. Let's just leave it at that. And I did want to bring that up, not just for that point, but for other reasons. This also works on good blood pressure. It helps to balance out blood pressure. So if it's too high or too low, this will help put it in its place where it goes. I do, on that note, want to mention the blood sugar. So this is a natural candy candy. Have you ever heard of that? A candy that will actually lower your blood sugar. So if you do have it slightly higher, so insulin resistant, usually in the morning, I have an issue with my blood. If I have any issues, sometimes I don't. You can absolutely control it with, or I can absolutely control it with food or the lack of the night before. Sometimes I get carried away. Like I bought myself these beautiful cherries in a place called Farm Boy. You're welcome, Farm Boy. And they're so juicy and beautiful. The other day I ate half of the bag, right? Like the bag is this big. That's a lot of cherries for me to eat. Like, but I was eating them like, I don't know, like you would eat chips. So I'd rather eat the cherries than the chips. And cherries, by the way, are good for your heart anyway. So, and again, I don't really have heart issues. But yeah, they're just amazing, right? And so, but hey, they're still a fruit and they're going to have a little higher sugar. So my blood sugar the next day was a tiny bit, but not like, not like if I had eaten chips or cookies or something, which I don't do anymore. But I have done that before, and I know I'm not by myself. So there's that. What would you like to share, Tammy? I know you have some really great products that you use.
Yes. I was just laughing when you were talking about the Power for Men, HRT, trying to keep this, kind of PG.
Yes.
For people that didn't follow that. First, Marianne, I have to say thank you for introducing these products to me. I was that girl that didn't feel there was anything wrong with me. Going like the Energizer Black Bunny. And started taking these supplements, and I was like, okay, yeah, some feel different, and then just by osmosis of my son, being really anxious going back to school. I think it was around that time that I actually started to give it to him, and he found a great difference in terms of his sleep, and he was going to sleep just like a little baby again, being 12 years old or 13. And then my husband driving a truck, he has to sit still, be very alert, doing 12-hour shifts across Ontario. And of course, and he's 6'7", so he's not the typical height of or size of a truck driver. He's a basketball player looker, So he had to be stiff and stay all the time in the one spot. And he found a huge difference with STP, and also Power for Men he found as well. So for myself personally, I noticed a difference with GRW. GRW and also SLD. They're not supposed to make you reduce in inches, but I did find about 6 weeks, I reduced about 5 and 6 inches just from those two alone, which I understand now from getting on all the different training sessions. A lot of it has to do with inflammation that I was carrying. And so my go-tos, similar to Amanda, I love all the products. The problem is that I just eat them like they're candies. So I can look at a whole month supply and it's like, oh gosh, I ate them in a week because they taste so delicious. So I used to have a jar here of Jubes and Skittles, but now they're filled up with SLD and BRN. So my SLD, I didn't take it yet. My BRN, these two are great because as a mom, as a wife, and all the other hats that I wear, I noticed that I need to have more focus. And also the memory. I don't know if anyone, I was saying, where's my phone? And my phone's in my purse. So lots of things. This has been very helpful. Now, having a late night out, which I said to you, being out late last night. And I was so excited about having such a fun time. I said, I better take this relax. And what I noticed? These products know what your body needs.
Mm-hmm.
We don't even, it's great that we have the little, the little questions about, do you need help with this? Or do you need help with that? But I can tell you, without even understanding the whole science behind all of this, you know, just talking to a Marianne, Amanda, anybody here can tell you different things about it. And the website is fantastic. I figure out that the products know what my body needs. So I need a really good restful sleep. And I get it just by taking this, you know, without taking it, I'm probably wondering my head, you know, brain, you know, trying to figure out what to do, you know, hopping on my emails and things like that, which I'm supposed to be sleeping. So I'm so happy for these things. Like I can't even tell you enough about them. And they taste so good. I have to kind of hide 2 boxes away from my husband and our kid because he just keeps popping them. I'm like, guy, we just bought these last week. Now there's like only 1 sleeve left. So on that note, I'm going to take my SLD. This one here is helping out with inflammation. I noticed that my wrists as well, I had measured my wrists because I want to see if it's going in all, like, is the reduction, you know, inflammation going everywhere? And it is. So my wrists now are much more tinier than before. I hope the rest of my body can catch up to it. You know, I did the metabolic reset and I've been on the PFT, which is fantastic as well. So they all have worked for me. I sometimes feel like even though I have stopped taking them, that it's still working in my body. I don't understand. My appetite is not the same as before. You know, my energy is more. I mean, I'm happier than before. And Marianne, you know, I'm drug happy.
To begin with.
You know,
happy to begin with.
Yeah, without the drugs, you know. But yeah, so this is my these are my go-tos. I love them all, honestly and truly. So yeah, long live APLGO and all of us.
Yes, thank you so much for sharing. Very true. So I just want to say PFT. I don't know why I don't have one handy to show you, but I don't. If somebody does, please show it. I know, Michelle, you just got some, right? So there it is. So PFT, when we first got it last year, I had signed up for the testing, you know, for the test subjects. So they gave us 5 boxes. That was part of the thing. And I had to go out and buy one of those super high-tech scales that has your visceral fat, body, like all the numbers that I don't want to know. And so all those numbers. And I still have it. Of course, it's wonderful. And plus it cost $150. So I better still keep it. So I lost 16 pounds. That was that was 1 month. And I had a wedding at the end of the month. So I totally ate stuff. It was a Croatian wedding. I'm Croatian. So we have a lot of really good food. And that's what it was. And I had some, and so what? And so I probably would have lost probably closer to 20 had I not, because I did take some stuff home. So it wasn't just 1 day, it was 2. Oh, well, it was probably more like 2.5 because I took a lot of stuff home. I took the desserts home, which I'm a bit of a sweetaholic, and have totally let go of that now. I just recently went to a wedding and didn't take anything home. I went to a party, didn't take anything home. That's the only way to keep it out of my mouth is to not take it home. So that was me. I just did it again and I lost 13 pounds. Same thing. I did have something to go, but this was about 2.5, almost 3 months ago that I did. So 13 pounds. It was a short month. It wasn't February, so I don't know. Anyways, it was good. I wasn't probably as diligent as I was the first time, but yeah, 13 pounds, 13.5, actually. It was almost 14 pounds. So I guess I came pretty close, 16, 14, you know. That's pretty good for not really watching what I ate, you know, and for still enjoying parties and stuff. So I just, you know, now I have a new rule. I just don't take anything home. But yeah, very good, very good. I just did it again, and it works on the visceral fat. So it will definitely, I think you absolutely have to take this, which works on your microbiome and kills off parasites. And Candida, by the way, is a parasite. And this one with the liver, we have to clean out our liver. I don't care who you are. By the time you get to 50, 60, your liver has something to say to you. And it's going to be stop eating this, that, or the other, or drinking. It's not just about alcohol. It's about anything. You can have a fatty liver from eating too much sugar. You can have it from, in fact, you're more than likely to have it because when you think about alcohol, alcohol is sugar, right? So anyhow, yeah, so it was really good. And I did, I just went on a thing. I continued my 13 pounds and I went up to 19 pounds. And then the long weekend came along and I was really good sugar wise. I wasn't my crazy self, but I did have some barbecuing. I live in a condo, so whenever I get a chance to eat barbecue, I like it. But most people cook with a little bit more salt than I do, so it's just water retention. I know that's all it is. Never mind the burger and the hot dog I had and the steak. Not in one day, but you know. Anyways, it was all good. So, Michelle, what do you want to share with us, honey? What's your favorite?
Well, I love them all and they're delicious. And so I have them like I'm in New York, so I brought all of them with me. Dr. Marianne, you'd be so proud that I was like, I cannot leave home without these babies. So,
Wow.
yeah, I mean, I just did I just took a brain.
Nice.
I just got those ones, but I haven't tried. Like, I think this is only the second one I took. But anyway, I love them all. I never leave anywhere without ice,
Mhm.
especially when I'm traveling. Um,
Tell us
and
what ice does. It's a
oh
digestive
my gosh, if
enzyme.
you have a stomach ache, if you have heartburn, if you have anything with going on with your stomach, just
Mhm.
pop one of those babies, and within seconds, you're like, ah, I'm all better. So I bring them everywhere with me. And I just started the PFT, so I don't know what the results are going to be. But I do know that I am eat intermediate fasting.
Mhm.
And when I take the PFTs,
Mhm.
um, like I'm not hungry.
Yeah,
So that's a huge help.
it does. It does lower the hunger level. It also takes away a lot of the cravings for junk food, as does this, as does the
Wait, what's that one? I can't see.
HPR. Sorry,
Oh,
HPR.
I forgot that one. It's at home. I don't know how I
It's
forgot
for
it.
liver balancing, so it's imperative. This EFT and this, I like you have to have those three together for the weight loss for it to be really really well done. And this, so when we did, I just want to say this part. When we got the PFT and we were doing the test thing, there was 39 of us doing it. We all had to take what is called the metabolic reset for the whole month before that. So it's a month supply of basically just healing up your metabolism. And this also takes away a lot of the sugar cravings. So not only does it take down your blood sugar level if you need to, it also takes down your cravings for sugar. So if I really have a hardcore craving, I can't help myself, but I don't really want to have it because now it's 10 o'clock at night, then I'll take one of these. But I mean, that doesn't even happen hardly anymore. I cleaned up quite a bit, you know, and so all the products are amazing. Anyways, sorry, please continue, Michelle.
Wow, I didn't know that about that one for the blood for the sugar thing.
Yeah.
And I have to get the heart one.
Oh, the
I need
heart
the
is
heart one.
great.
Yeah, so we'll have to get that.
The
But
heart
yeah,
one's really great for.
and it's good to know that you can take like as many as you want.
Yeah, you can. And we've even accidentally had children take them like an entire box. And one of our girls, her daughter or son, I can't remember what she has. Anyways, the child took the whole box. Somebody I know also took the whole box, and they're like calling me, going, "Okay, nothing's going to happen." And I go, "I don't think so. You might have some detox symptoms. You might throw up. You might have the other D word, but you should be okay." So it's like eating like a whole ton of apples or a whole ton of grapes or bananas or something. Yeah. But I do want to mention this product before, I don't even know what time it is. Okay, we got a little bit of time. This particular product is relatively new. It is a stem cell regenerator, resetter, regenerator, telomere extender. For those of you who don't know what telomeres are, I'm sure everyone by now has heard stem cells. So stem cell regenerator in a candy form. Who doesn't want this? So we were sitting around trying to, because, you know, products like this are hard to measure specifically. Like you can go and take one of those blood sugar measures. You can measure your blood sugar, your blood pressure. You can measure yourself. How much weight did you lose? This is a little tougher to measure. We were all sitting around the pool and we went to, I think it was Arizona or Dominican, I can't remember. I just won my 6th trip with the company, and it's to Greece. It's a cruise to Greece. So Greece and one day in Bari, Italy. So I've been to Italy several times, never to Bari. So I'm super excited, and I've never been to Greece. So that's going to be very exciting, especially when it's free. Like, come on. We as entrepreneurs have to pay for literally everything we have, right? Everything, like everything. You want to buy a pencil? We have to do that. We have to pay for it. This is amazing. The whole company is amazing. Getting a free trip. Oh my gosh. Something I don't have to pay for. How beautiful is that? But so we were sitting around the pool going, I don't know what it is. We can't really put our finger on it per se. We just know that this product makes us feel better. That's it. That's all we know. It's a stem cell regenerator. We think we have more energy. Our skin feels firmer and better. Our memory is better. Telomeres are the endings of your nerves. It's kind of like shoelaces and nerves, right? So the telomeres would be the little plastic things at the end. So as we get older, telomeres get shorter and shorter and shorter. And when you have like hardly any telomere left, that would be dementia. That's kind of how dementia happens. And so this is a really great preventative, just in general. Tammy, where's that? I'm just trying to think. Oh, I have a brain. Excellent. I have a brain. That came out great. That came out very well. I have a brain. That one looks better because I like to take the plastic off because look how shiny it is. It's hard to show it. Keep that up just for a minute. So I just want to tell you about this product. I've had some incredibly amazing results with this product. Oh my gosh. I had my friend's mom's sister who has very advanced Alzheimer's. And for 2 years, she hasn't been able to recognize her at all. She comes into the house, she says hi, she's polite-ish. She's, I don't know if you know anything about dementia, sometimes people get a little aggressive. And I know a lot about dementia. Both of my parents had dementia. My mother had it for a very long time. She had it for 10 full years, if not a little longer. My dad got it more. They're calling dementia like diabetes 3. He would more fall into that category. He was diabetic and then ended up with dementia for the last 3-4 years before he passed. Mind you, he was a lot older. And I believe that it was from a result. He really did like his sweets. And my mom, not so much. So she doesn't fall into that category. Anyway, so we had been taking the BRN for the brain, and so had my friend's mom. So she shared some with her sister, and also with her other sister who was taking care of her. And she started taking it. I think she was about 4 or 5 days into it. She was taking 3 a day, so morning, noon, and night. And she was much more manageable, by the way. So she could actually feed her and do all this. But she was also, I don't know, we don't know exactly when this kicked in, but she came, my friend's mom, she walked into the house and she's like, oh, it's you. And she recognized her, and they sat down and they spoke for like 2, maybe 2.5 hours. Probably it was already time for her to take the next one. And she was like, oh my God, she goes, this is so amazing. It actually gave me time with my sister. Like I couldn't believe it. And then one time, so again, back to the whole idea of the aggression and everything, she came in and one day her other sister who takes care of her had to go somewhere. So she had to spend the entire day with her, and she was trying to get her to take these, and she couldn't do it because she would give them to her and she would throw them So she had they got up to about 5, and she found, you could put it down, Tammy, if your hand's sore. And she was throwing them all over the place. And so the lady, the other sister went around and picked them up, and she put them out on the table, and she's like, okay, well, I got to get her to take this, or she's never going to eat. She won't eat. She won't do anything. Like, she's like quite a bit out of control. So she left them there on the table, went to go get, I guess, I don't know what, like some water or tea or something. And this one goes, oh, what's this? The lady with dementia, and takes all 5 of them and puts them all into her mouth. And she goes, oh, and then she calls me up and she goes, is she going to be okay? I go, yeah, she's going to be just fine. I go, she'll probably remember a whole bunch of stuff. And no joke, they sat down, they started talking. They're both from Indonesia. That's where they're both from. They came here as very young ladies. And she started naming places where they would go to when they were kids. She could remember all kinds of things. She goes, we spoke for 5 hours. 5 hours, we sat at the kitchen table and we spoke. And she goes, all I did was, she ate, and, they made tea. And she goes, for as long as she was willing to talk to me, she goes, I was willing to sit there and listen to her. It was such a pleasure. And she goes, I'm so glad I had this time with her. I mean, now we can't, the product's not going to take dementia away, so we wouldn't make any claims like that. But for whatever reason, it gave her a bit of clarity. It gave her a few hours of clarity. The only sad thing here is, with the dementia, because she got clarity, she kind of looked at her sister and she goes, what's wrong with me? So that was a little bit of the sort of sad part, but she goes, that also disappeared really fast because, she's back to her normal self, but it does help, and it does bring back a little bit. And I'm not saying that's what it's going to do for everyone, but that's what it did for her. And I was like, wow, that's amazing. And then, of course, we've got kids with ADD, ADHD, students that are studying. If you're doing a lot of any kind of cerebral activity, this is phenomenal. We've had great results. Menopause, diabetes, brain fog. I have a lot of diabetes clients. I have a lot of menopausal women because I went through menopause. So that was kind of fun. Glad it's mostly over. And so it's great. And I don't know, I can't recommend it enough. So I don't know what else to talk about. Tammy, did I miss something?
No, the thing with these products is that we can talk about this forever because there's so many benefits, and some of the things I think people are just realizing, like, wow, now they're able to bend over a bit more and without feeling irritated, or, they're feeling that their eyesight is better. It's all of these products, even like for just the regular daily expelling. A lot of people are feeling like, wow, they're expelling more than before, and it's because of the products. We could talk about this forever. Mm-hmm. Even like the skin, like noticing your skin is a little bit better. Like, people trying to figure out how old you are from taking these. It's like, I'm not doing anything different. I we have a skincare line, which I love doing it. But when I didn't have the skincare line that we offer, it was these supplements, mm-hmm. that I was taking, and I attribute it all to that. And hair. Oh my goodness. Look how much our hair has grown from these products. And we already had a good head of hair, you and I.
There's the GRW. Why don't I have one here?
Yeah, I have it here, but if I get down and get this, I'm gonna probably shift my chair. So I don't know.
Okay. No, I don't know where it is. I did want to show the SLD because this is one products. It's so important.
Yeah.
And I'll get back to GRW again, but this is an anti-inflammatory, second to none. I'm just telling you right now, this will take away anything. I'm going to tell you what a great telephone user I am. So I was actually on one of the cruises to Dubai that I won, and I went like this with my phone. I was lying down and I was holding it down like this, staring at me while I was in bed, and it fell. It fell right onto my lip and gave me a fat lip. I gave myself a fat lip right here. I showed up to a meeting around the pool that we were having, and one of the guys said to me, he goes, take the SLD, the one candy, wet it, and then put it right on there. I did that, and in half an hour, the whole thing was gone. Everything was done. Everything was cleaned up and awesome. Thank you so much for the grow. And that's the power of the SLD. The grow is what makes your hair grow, hair and nails, and it also boosts your immune system. And I think you got this in your package, Cathy, as well. I'm not sure. And thank you for joining us. Hi, Cathy. She's our fairy gold mother. And so that one and BTY, which I also don't have handy for some reason, those two are what make my hair grow. Hair, sometimes I have to use a hairspray to get it down because there's so many little hairs because there's all this new hair growing. As you know, anyone who's hit menopause, you tend to lose a lot of hair. It just falls out. It just does. And that's it. Like, that's it. But the grow helps, and it makes my nails grow, which is, makes for a frequent pedicure. That's okay. If that's the worst of it, I'm okay with that. And hair. So, you know what? Great products. And I just want to say about the grow in 2020, when everything was about your immune system, literally everything, that's all we talked about. GRW won an award out of 423 products for #1 immune booster. Yep, that's the one. And it comes from Eastern Europe. It's manufactured there where they have higher standards and less, not that there are any toxins in here, but they just don't allow certain things in Europe, and then Eastern Europe being even more pickier. So that's fantastic. So thank you so much, Tammy. And we're going to conclude our little APLGO hour, and we are going to move on to our fairy gold mother. We're going to talk about coins, gold coins. Cathy, welcome. Cathy, my expert.
Thank you, Marianne. It's an honor to be here and share with you some amazing wealth strategies. So I love what we're going to share. Did you just get up and grab some coins? Is that what you did? Yes. Share with folks what you got there, because this is really some epic, beautiful works of art that you can actually create on your own. Marianne's going to show you some of our collectibles. This is an example of one. This is one of my favorites. Is I Love You. Okay.
I love that one. Sorry.
Yes,
You go first.
yeah. This is the I Love You coin. This is filigree with Swarovski crystals, inlaid red enamel. Beautiful. Look at the intricacy. And it says, I love you in 17 languages on the back. Only 500 of these minted in the world. And they're all sold out. But we do have a platform where you can acquire things that are sold out in here too. Show what you had, Marianne. Let me see.
I have so these are, oh, geez, sorry.
Is that the dolphin?
I don't know if y'all can see anything, but the dolphins are at the back. Oops. Oh,
beautiful.
There it is.
That's one of our collectible graded coins. These are all perfectly graded.
I want to show you what's on this
coin through the minting process, and they're perfect, right?
So what's on here, in case of you people who can't see, it's this. This is the picture. So dolphins, and I love dolphins, so I have to get them in gold. And I have this one, which I'm actually gifting later on. Oops.
That's the most recognized coin in the world, Marianne. That is the U.S. Silver Eagle. And that's in a minted, perfectly graded series that you can get sealed. And it's got its own VIN number or own identification number. It's a real asset. But I call these mini works of art, if you would, real assets, portable, so you can have them, close to you if you want. And we have a way for you to have them stored if you want. So all of that's available to you. And yes. And
I made this one. I know that this is crazy. I made this. I brought one of these to my clients and I made it. So this is a copper coin, and in the front is my logo.
What you're witnessing is the My Mint, and it's available in what I'm going to share with you as a I was on the line with when Marianne made that. It took her less than 15. We were on it even on 15 minutes from start to
It
finish.
wasn't
We
even
made the coin,
15
had
minutes.
it shipped, and it was in her presence. She did it on Monday. She had it on Thursday, right?
And I'm in Canada. So anyway, this is just so it doesn't have to be, I just made one with my logo because I wanted a business one, but I wanted one. This is myself and my dog. So you
Right.
can do this for anything. It's beautiful. I made one for one of my clients. She absolutely loved it with her logo. And she thought, oh my God, this is for sure. And I'm telling you, especially real estate agents, we give gifts once we're finished, or if you do anything and you do any kind of, I do it sometimes with my coaching clients as well, my higher end ones. You know, if you're going to spend a lot of money with me, I want to gift you something. And so I actually do that. It's such a unique gift. It's tasteful. There isn't one person that doesn't like these. Not one single person. And you know what? People buy this, Cathy, tell them. I mean, they buy it for the grandkids.
Yes.
There's no end.
Right. And what Marianne's saying that you can now give the most unique gifts on the planet with what I'm going to share with you. And as a marketing concept, oh my gosh, we have people that are grabbing a membership so they can create these coins and use them in their swag bags for their events, for their inner circle. We have people that are doing the copper coin that you saw for third place, the silver coin that you can create for second place, and you can, by request only, do a 1 ounce gold coin for first place. So we have people using them for awards, incentives, for Christmas cards, you name it. You're only limited by your imagination because you can use AI, you can upload an image, you can get really fun and creative with it, and any logo will work on it. So that concept will also be available. This has been 5 years in the making, Marianne. So really, it was so cool when we unveiled that. Literally, Marianne created her coin within minutes. It shipped that day. She had it on Thursday. Yeah. So super cool.
Something so valued. Like I said, I have yet to meet a person who hasn't liked any of my coins.
Yeah. So, Marianne, you know who Robert Kiyosaki is, right?
Of course.
Rich Dad, Poor Dad, right? The #1 personal finance book in the world. I've got a clip I'm going to be sharing with you. He made a prediction a couple of less than 48 hours ago about what's going to happen with silver by September or later this year. And most of his predictions have been right. So let me get right to this. If I can share some wealth strategies with you, I'd love to share a video and just a little information. And then I'm going to conclude with Robert Kiyosaki's clip, and it's pretty amazing. So let me share my screen real quick, and here we go. And I'm just going to be sharing with you some wealth strategies. So my background, one of the reasons I got nicknamed the Fairy Goldmother is I'm a jeweler by trade. But the way I used to do this is very traditional, which is a brick and mortar storefront. I had 3 retail stores where I currently live. But what I'm going to share with you are epic wealth strategies that will incorporate new technology never seen before in the marketplace on how you can acquire precious metals and do it, and even create unique coins like what Marianne just showed you in this platform that are absolutely epic. So watch this short clip with me, and I'll come back and highlight a few of the features that you're going to see. All right, let's watch this.
If you're watching this video, chances are you've got some questions about gold or silver. You know they're valuable, but maybe it feels complicated. You're not sure how to use them, where to start, or who to trust. Or maybe you already own gold or silver, but want a simpler way. That's exactly why we made this, to share what we've learned, so you can make confident decisions and take real steps toward building with gold and silver, and hopefully give you enough confidence to get involved. At 7K, our mission is simple. Put gold and silver into the hands of people who need it most. We are a North American authorized gold and silver dealer located in the state of Idaho. For over a decade, we've worked to remove the friction, fear, and confusion for the first-time buyer, and to simplify the process for a seasoned stacker to add more precious metals to their portfolio. Gold and silver are everywhere in the news. Governments are stacking it. It's one of the most significant asset classes on Earth, and people across the globe are paying attention. But why? Let's start with a quick look at our modern money system. In 1913, the US dollar was backed by gold. and had full purchasing power. But when the government detached it from gold in 1971 and started printing like crazy, the dollar lost over 97% of its value. That's inflation, and you felt it from the grocery store to your energy bill. Fiat currency is money created by governments with no real backing, just paper we've agreed to trust. And every time they print more, your dollars buy less. That's where sound money, a better name for gold and silver, comes in. It's been a trusted store of value for thousands of years. The wealthy have used it to preserve and grow wealth, and so do banks and governments. They know what it's worth. Let's look at a simple comparison. 5 years ago, if you saved $1,000 in the bank, inflation would have eaten away at its value. But if you'd used that same $1,000 to buy gold or silver, that gold would be worth over $1,900 today. The silver, over $2,000. Would that knowledge have changed your strategy? Probably. So why doesn't everyone do this? Because gold and silver got too complicated. People don't know how to use it, sell it, or even where to start. That's where we come in. We've made owning gold and silver simple, accessible, and smart. As a 7K member, you'll get tools that help you start stacking with confidence, starting with Sound Money Wallet, the foundation of our basic membership. Here's what it unlocks. First, fractional gold and silver purchases on any budget. Although we handle purchases in the millions, you don't have to have large amounts of money to buy gold or silver anymore. You can literally start with $1. Next, safe, secure, insured storage. No private safes or extra security systems at home required. Also, quick and easy buyback at top prices. No haggling, period. Lastly, fast, reliable shipping if you want it in hand. Sound Money Wallet solves the traditional pain points of buying and holding metals. It's a fresh take on the most time-tested form of money. And remember, there's no speculation here, only physical assets. Sound Money alone costs $199 a year. With our basic membership, you'll get Sound Money Wallet with up to $1,000 in free storage through our Vault Max facility for less. But we're more than a gold and silver dealer. We're an education platform. Our buyer certification teaches you the basics of stacking, while the collector certification opens up the exciting world of collectible gold and silver. Exclusive, limited edition coins with stories, beauty, and real value. We've spent the last decade building the most robust marketplace around collectibles. And as a member, you get exclusive access. You'll also get tools to track and sell your collectibles through Stack and Sell, our secure trading platform. Want to supercharge your stacking? That's where Instant Gold Pay comes in. For every new 7K member you refer, we'll thank you with up to $80 in pure gold, deposited directly into Vault Max and visible in your Sound Money wallet. We don't do flashy ads. We'd rather pay you to spread the word. And if you refer 4 people within your first 14 days, we'll add up to $500 in cash rewards on top of the gold. No pressure. Sharing is totally optional. If you'd rather stack quietly, that works too. All of that comes with our basic membership. You can see that it's well worth over $400 for all the platforms here. But it's only a one-time $149, less than your annual Amazon Prime bill or premium Netflix subscription. And if you want more, go Legacy. Legacy members get everything basic offers plus $50,000 in free storage instead of $1,000, more gold up front, unlimited collectible tracking, and a Sound Money metal matching bonus. Every time someone you refer buys gold or silver, you get up to 1% of it automatically in real metals. Whether it's 1% of 1,000 or 1 million, you won't want to miss out on free Sound Money. If you like the idea of up to $50,000 in free physical gold and silver storage in the secure Vault Max vaults or the Sound Money metal matching bonus, the Legacy can't be beat. So it's either the basic for $149 or the Get It All Legacy for $599. Just pick the one that makes the most sense for you right now. Once you've selected a membership, you've already taken a big step, but why stop there? Successful people automate what they can because it helps them be efficient. They invest in themselves, they pay themselves first, and they make it automatic. Start with a monthly budget that fits your goals. part for education, part for wealth building, and let automation do the heavy lifting. When it comes to education, 7K Pro is your gateway to next level confidence. With a growing library of life mastery topics, you'll get the knowledge and mindset to grow your wealth and your future. Plus, you'll unlock exclusive collectible coin access, extra perks, and member savings, all for just $59 a month. Every membership includes a 15-day free trial of 7K Pro. You'll be billed monthly after that, but you can update or cancel anytime. Now remember that monthly budget we mentioned? Here's a smart way to use it. Put $60 into 7K Pro for education and the balance towards Wealth Builder, a first-of-its-kind subscription that lets you choose your metal, gold or silver, set your amount, and auto-stack assets weekly or monthly. It's the easiest way to build your sound money portfolio hands-free. Either way, you win. There are many options, but the point is this: success loves automation. So let's make investing in yourself and your future effortless. Take a look at what would have happened if you would have set your Wealth Builder to purchase $100 in gold every month over the last 3 years. The real key to winning in this system is automation. You automate your monthly bills so you don't miss them. Why not automate paying yourself first to start hitting your goals without thinking about it? Autosaver sends you a premium collectible coin each month. No guesswork or effort required. These tools turn gold and silver from a someday idea into a steady strategy that fits your life. So, what's your next step? Pick the membership that fits your goals. If you've got questions, talk to the person who invited you. Last thing, we mentioned this earlier, and it's fair for you to know. We have a way for you to get whichever membership you choose paid for quickly. It's likely you are already thinking of 4 or 5 people you know who might want this information. Remember the instant gold pay? For every legacy membership you refer, we will pay you $80 in gold instantly. That adds up quickly. And if you bring 4 in the first 14 days after you pick a membership, we are willing to pay up to $500 in a cash reward on top of that gold pay. That's $320 in gold and $500 in cash. That's over $800 back in your pocket. Again, this is optional. And if you like that, but want more, we do have other ways where you could scale this program to earn even more rewards consistently over time. That's in another video. For now, let the person who shared this information with you know which membership you'd like. And welcome to 7K, where real assets meet real confidence.
Okay, so there you go. I just want to recap this one screen right here. Oh, perfect. This kind of says it all. We've got a way for you to protect your purchasing power. Look at what the example was: $1,000 in cash, $1,000 in gold, and $1,000 in silver in April of 2020. And what happened by April of 2025? This is really the essence of everything we're sharing with you. If you left it in cash, you've lost 24% of your purchasing power due to inflation. You can now only spend $760 worth of value in the marketplace for goods and services. But look at what happened when you put it into gold. It's now almost double, 1913 in gold. Look what happened with silver. It's more than doubled, over 2,000. This is a way to protect your purchasing power like nothing else, because gold and silver is a safe haven asset in difficult times. Just to recap the benefits, there's only 2 memberships, basic or legacy. Let's just recap what you get with the all-in legacy membership. You're going to get your first starter deposit, $40 in pure gold bullion. As soon as you hit submit on your membership application, it is instantly loaded in your Sound Money wallet. You'll see it as soon as you open up your website. Not only that, you get access to the Sound Money wallet. Y'all, this is the first ever digital wallet for physical gold and silver. This is absolutely life-changing because it allows you to be able to trade asset classes instantly. You can trade from paper money to tangible gold and silver instantly at the click of your mouse, and there's no fee to do it. Trade paper, cash for gold and silver in 4 asset classes, 24/7, even when the market's closed, at your convenience, and we're never out of stock on those 4 asset classes. and it stays in the store of value of gold and silver. And you just saw the declining power of this dollar. It's lost 97% of its purchasing power. But gold and silver, I'm going to show you in contrast what it's done. It's going to blow your mind. And so it allows you to have it in the store of value of gold and silver. And then if you want the money back or need to access the money, you can instantly convert that gold and silver back to cash or your currency. And there's no fee to do it at the highest buyback price I've ever seen in the industry. So this is a way to actually cash flow your gold and silver holdings with this Sound Money wallet. This is absolutely epic. And we've had a big entity try to buy this off of our company for millions of dollars, and they've said, no, it's available with this membership. So that's just number one benefit. The number two benefit is the ability to store your precious metals in VaultMax. VaultMax is a military grade storage facility. It's class 3. My jewelry store was class 1. I geek out on security. This is absolutely the state of the art place to have your precious metals stored. Not only do you get access to VaultMax, but with your legacy membership, you get up to $50,000 worth of precious metal storage that's paid for. Paid for. We heard of people that are paying, $200 to $300 a month to have that kind of storage. Not only is it stored there, but your metal is also insured by Lloyd's of London. They were my underwriter when I was in the jewelry business, and I'm telling you, that's the best in the world. So you have access to that with $50,000 worth of storage with this legacy all-in membership. You get the buyer certification. You get the collector certification that we talked about. Now, I would just want you to know that the majority of people that come here and they grab a membership with us, they don't know anything about gold and silver. They get educated with this membership. And I've heard over and over again, the education alone is worth the membership. So this is available to you. It's do it at your own pace in your back office. This is going to be some amazing training for you. So you're going to be able to make those good buying decisions for you and your family. And so that's here. The stack and sell. Oh, this is the ability to track and verify your collectible coins like nowhere else on the planet. And my favorite thing about this, it has 100% eliminated fraud in the marketplace because nothing goes to the consumer unless it's tested, verified, validated, and authenticated. Love it. So, and with this legacy membership, you have unlimited access to that platform. I'll just tell you, 7K Shop's the competition. They shopped an online merchant that begins with an E, and 7 of the 10 coins that they bought were fraud. They were not what they were represented to be, and there was absolutely no recourse for the customer. So they did something about it. This is our sister company, Stack and Sell, and with this legacy membership, all unlimited access and no fraud in the marketplace. I love that platform. Instant Gold Pay. If you like what you hear and grab your membership and you grab the legacy, you're going to be able to share your link. And just as a thank you, even without participating in the share plan, you can earn up to $80 in instant gold pay every time you share your link. And an exclusive benefit to this legacy all-in membership is the matching metal bonus. You can, let me just go to the next screen. You can actually earn up to 1% matching metal bonus in gold and silver every time someone you personally referred uses their Sound Money wallet at any of these 4 asset classes, and you're not limited. This is you, as long as you have that legacy membership and you activate this feature, it takes less than 30 seconds. Once you've activated it, you're set. You can refer as many people as you want, and that 1% matching metal bonus is all yours. And it's just going to appear in your account. We've heard it being anything from a few pennies to up to $20,000 at a time. And we actually have the ability to have any member use our gold and silverback option for an IRA. If you're in the United States, I'll just tell you, I've done it myself. It's absolutely amazing. But now with this metal bonus option, if one of your personals does that, you're going to get 1% of their IRA rollover. We had a gentleman that helped someone roll over $1 million IRA. He had $10,000 instantly deposited in his Sound Money wallet. That's what can happen with this Legacy All-In membership. Over an $800 value for $599 one time, and you have lifetime access. That's the Legacy membership. We also have the Basic for you. We want you to get in wherever you're comfortable. You get $20 in pure gold bullion as your starter deposit. You get access to that Sound Money wallet that I'm talking about. You get storage of up to $1,000 in that military grade storage of Vault Max. You get the buyer certification, the collector certification. You get limited access to your stack and sell, but you can start tracking with 10 coins right away and you're off to the races. And you get access to that instant gold pay. If you want to share, you can do that. This is over a $477 value for just a one-time purchase of $149. So wherever you're comfortable, the Basic for $149, the Legacy for $599, and you're going to get a bonus when you get started. You're going to get 15 days of our 7K Pro subscription absolutely free when you grab your membership. When you hit submit, that's going to give you full access to 7K University so you can see the next level training we have. You're going to get exclusive coin drops. You're going to get loyalty points. Loyalty points will allow you to get free collectible coins and bullion. It's absolutely amazing. One of our team acquired a kilo silver coin the other day with her loyalty points. So I'm just telling you, it's a really fun feature here. 7K Pro, you're going to get to try it out for your first 15 days, absolutely free. And then it'll renew if you want, or you can jump over here to our Coin of the Month Club if you want. And that Coin of the Month Club, you get to choose one of these really cool coins. Marianne showed one of hers when we got started. They're perfectly graded collectible coins. They're absolutely beautiful. Those mini works of art like we share with you. But I want you to see if you have either one of these subscriptions in place, you get full access to the 7K Advantage. That's our wholesale buying club. There's over 850,000 merchants all around the world. And we save the average family over $1,200 a year. If you like to travel, we got you. I'm going to tell you, our first transaction in here was enough. We saved enough to pay for that Legacy All-In membership. We saved enough. So think about that. So, and then Alicia did the same. Nancy saved over 1,000. The savings are real. But when you have either one of those subscriptions that we just mentioned, you get full access to this. So you can see just from what you've saved, you can pay for those other subscriptions. And one other subscription I've got to share with you, which is our Set It and Forget It, our wealth builder, where you can have savings on autopilot in any of those 4 asset classes going out on a regular basis. We call it dollar cost averaging, a brilliant concept. But now what you're doing is you're trading asset classes of getting out of that paper money and getting into real money. Why? Because the declining purchasing power of the dollar we saw. Look at what's happened since 1971 to silver value and gold value. The white line is silver. It's gone up 1,839%. This is just 1971. This is when Nixon took us off the gold standard and they started printing money, and we lost so much of our purchasing power of the US dollar. But look what gold and silver have done. $1,839 increase just between 71 and 2024, and gold, oh my goodness, look at the gold line, 5,750% increase. And look at this too. The S&P 500 New York Stock Exchange is kind of the barometric pressure of what's going on in the economy. I want you to see the black line is the S&P 500. The gold line is gold. Gold has outperformed the S&P 500 over the last 50 years. So just by putting a little bit of money back into gold over the years, if you put just $100 a month, 1 year, 2 year, 3 years, at the end of a year, you'd have $1,269. At the end of 2 years, you'd have $2,668. At the end of 3 years, you'd have $4,639. So I promise you a little clip here. So let me share this with you. The way I like to put it, if you like to play chess, gold and silver are just pawns on the chessboard right now, but they soon will be king and queen of the game. Robert Kiyosaki, I follow him. This is his clip from less than 48 hours ago and his prediction for silver. So watch this with me and see if you don't get chill bumps. Watch.
Is the end near? Yeah, I think it is. For decades now, I've watched the Fed, the banks, and the government play games with our money. They print trillions, devalue the dollar, steal your wealth through inflation, and tax away the rest. And behind the scenes, they've been selling gold and silver forward just to keep prices down, to keep you asleep. But the con is falling apart, and when it breaks, silver won't just go up, it could explode. I've been preparing for this since 1965, and I believe the reckoning could hit by September. Silver is still one of the most undervalued assets on Earth. It's essential to electric vehicles, solar, AI, water tech, even military systems. But here's the problem. Supply is disappearing. Meanwhile, demand is surging. That's why I believe silver could double, or even 5x this year. But don't expect to hear that on CNBC. They want you chasing fake assets, trusting Wall Street, praying the Fed will save you. Don't fall for it. If you want to build real wealth, think like an entrepreneur. Own real assets. Yes, I like gold. I own gold, but right now, silver is the best investment in the world.
Wow. That was Robert Kiyosaki from just 48 hours ago on his talk show. So y'all, this is so much more than gold and silver, but if that didn't get you excited, this is absolutely amazing. We'd love to share more details with you. So it just starts with grabbing a membership, whatever's comfortable for you, with a basic or a legacy. And I just want you to know, there is an opportunity if you're interested in doing something like that and seeing what happens in the marketplace. And I stopped my screen share, but it did not work, Marianne. I don't know what happened.
No, it did. You're not
Okay.
sharing anymore.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
All right. So good. But I want you to see this because there is an opportunity for you to actually earn a 100-ounce silver bar if you want to share. And we have more that we can share with you on that. But think about this 100-ounce silver bar. Right now, it's worth $4,000 in precious metal. It's pure silver. But if Robert Kiyosaki's prediction is right, this will be worth $20,000 by the time we hit year end. So that's what we wanted to share with you. It's so exciting to hear his prediction. So back to you, Marianne.
Yes, yes, yes. There's other predictions. There's other predictions out there as well that I've heard in the realm of just spirituality and people that are very intuitive, and all kinds of wonderfulness is going to be coming our way, and fiat currency is out the door, and gold and silver are in the door, and that's kind of common knowledge. It's I'm sure it's, probably,
but it's not mainstream, is it, Marianne? It's not mainstream. You have to be in these circles with leaders like Marianne and outside of the traditional realm of news media to hear this. And that's why we follow the greats. And I think there's going to be a great transfer of wealth. And I think gold and silver are going to be one of the ways it happens.
I think they're going to be pivotal.
So, and grabbing a membership is, to me, the simplest and easiest way to do this. So we'd love to share some more information with you. And I think, you're going to get some instant gold pay, as I shared with you, with your membership. But Marianne, I think, has a special for you. She's going to double your gold pay if you grab a membership in the next 24 hours. Isn't that right, Marianne?
24 hours. And also the very first person to sign up, period, that joins and that gets into it will get a free speaking spot on one of my Empowered Talks, which is a value of $1,297.
Oh my goodness. The first person? Okay, I hope you dropped your link in the chat. Y'all need to take a look at it. That's pretty powerful. I
might get generous. I might say for anyone who joins in the next 24 hours, I might just do that. I might also auction off my chapters to my next book. So my next summit will be Authentic Leadership, and my next book is Authentic Leaders. So
awesome.
I'm just saying, hey.
Love it. You're in the right place at the right time today here on this show of Marianne. So thank you so much, Marianne, for allowing me to come in here and share the message of gold and silver with you. And we'd love to help you make the magic happen as the fairy, sprinkle a little pixie dust, sprinkle a little gold glitter on your life, and just enjoy the process of acquiring gold and silver.
Better take that gold glitter, because that's going to be worth a lot.
That's right.
Whether you come from the business world, the world of finance, the world of metaphysics, spirituality, whatever you want, wherever you come from, gold and silver. And I really like that we never talk about the copper, but copper is so amazing.
Did you hear that?
No, you know what? Zoom blocks out certain sounds,
Oh, that's a
but
shame.
it's like an om.
Like a, yes,
Wouldn't that be great to do in a yoga
tuning
class? I
fork.
used to teach yoga all the time. I teach meditation. I say, ding.
There you go. There you go. There's a frequency there. It's very special. It's God's money. It
There
came
sure
in earth.
is. It sure
Yes.
is God's money, and we're both pretty friendly with God. So
Yes.
you know
Yes.
what?
Thank you.
Either way, connect with me. There are prizes waiting for you. There is wonderfulness waiting for you.
Yes.
And I will talk to you later, Cathy. Thank you so much for coming on. Douglas, if you're still with us,
Have a
thank
great
you so
day.
much for your
Bye,
time.
everybody.
Everybody, thank you for everything. And with that, I conclude another episode of Empowered Talks. Lifelong vitality it is. And lifelong vitality, what better way to do it with than gold and silver? Thank you all so much for joining, and have yourself a beautiful rest of this amazing Friday. Cathy, thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, dear.
Peace, love, and namaste to everyone, and stay blessed, everyone. Thank you.